Hello and welcome to Hidden Dusk, a place where the night grows quiet and the shadows begin to tell their stories. Before we begin, dim the lights, get comfortable and relax. And if you enjoy calm and eerie stories like this, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Now, let the darkness guide you into tonight's story. I was 13 when this happened, and although I have collected other strange memories since, none of them have lodged in my mind the way that summer night did. Whenever conversation drifts toward the uncanny, ghosts, cryptids, demons, glitches in reality, I always hesitate before sharing this story, because it is long and tangled and leaves me rattled every time I replay it. Still, the incident shaped how I look at empty playgrounds, hush dark streets, and the feeling that heat can arrive without warning in the middle of a cool prairie night. I grew up in a modest town in central Canada, the sort of place outsiders call quiet, but whose residents know every cracked sidewalk, every shortcut between neighborhoods, every building that sticks out because something off has happened there. Back then, the center of gravity for teenagers lacked big city excitement. There was no late-night arcade, no multiplex open past midnight, no neon-lit diner where a group could sit until sunrise over a bottomless pot of coffee. So the town's open spaces became our territory. If you were 13 or 14 during summer vacation, your evening usually ended in motion. A slow wander along side streets, a ramble over school grounds, or a trek toward whichever park lay just far enough from home to feel like an adventure but close enough to reach on foot before curfew. At that age, I moved in a loose orbit with two close friends, A and T. We met in elementary school, traded stickers and prank toys, drifted toward the same lunch table conversations about what music videos we loved and which teachers made us laugh, and eventually formed a trio that felt comfortable doing almost anything together. Our families trusted us to roam after dinner because we obeyed one unspoken rule. No matter how late we stayed out, we checked in by phone or appeared at our front doors before sunup. That trust gave us a casual sense of freedom that now seems almost reckless. We would sneak candy out of kitchen cupboards, stuff energy drinks into backpack side pockets, and vanish from the neighborhood until the sky turned deep navy and overhead street lamps blinked awake. The night in question fell halfway through July. Daytime highs that week hovered around 26 or 27 Celsius. Yet after sunset, the temperature often dropped to 16 or cooler. That meant you could step outside at 2 a.m. wearing shorts and still feel a lingering freshness, a light chill on sweaty skin from an earlier heat wave. While the sun baked us, our tiny town appeared sleepy, but once darkness covered the houses, one could sense a different pulse. The faint thrum of insects, the way leaves stirred overhead, the hush of back alleys where porch lights flickered. Our plan, if a loose impulse can be called a plan, was to leave my street around 2 or 3 in the morning and walk to a larger park located on the opposite side of town. Officially, it was a fitness park, a cluster of open-air exercise machines instead of the traditional swings and slides, where toddlers might scramble under bright plastic tunnels during the day. The municipality had installed metal stations for sit-ups, leg presses, and twisting core workouts. Many adults found it gimmicky, but we liked the novelty and the isolation because even on hot afternoons the equipment rarely drew crowds. Besides, the park sat on a rise of land surrounded by a rough oval of shrubs and adolescent trees, all planted decades ago as a visual barrier between the open space and the backyards of houses and small businesses ringing the block. Those shrubs had matured, grown thick and tall enough that after dark the hedge looked more like a single wall of foliage. Peering through the layers at night required crouching, patience, and good low-light vision. That evening I slipped out with A and T carrying only what seemed useful: phones for flashlight apps, a half-crushed bottle of cola, small pocket knives because older cousins insisted we might need them for whittling sticks or cutting loose threads, and a single granola bar that someone threw into the bottom of a bag almost as an afterthought. None of us dressed for heavy hiking. We wore battered sneakers. T had a sleeveless tee, a pulled-on-a-zip hoodie even though the night breeze felt mild, and I wore shorts that gave my knees freedom to move as we half-jogged, half-skipped down familiar sidewalks. The route to the fitness park cut across town in a diagonal. At that hour, every shop window we passed sat dark. Motion-sensing lights flicked on in doorways, highlighting dust motes drifting under glass. The residential blocks were equally subdued. Porch lights glowed amber. Cats stalked lawns in search of unsuspecting insects, and bedroom windows framed occasional blue flashes from TVs. We tried to keep our voices soft, but ended up laughing at inside jokes anyway, certain the distance swallowed our volume. Approaching the park, we hopped a narrow drainage ditch and tromped through a strip of grass still damp from sprinkler runoff. Moonlight glanced off the stainless steel equipment. We saw our breath faintly in a cooler patch of air and ditched backpacks near a bench. A race toward her favorite station first, a waist-height bar attached to a pivot that let you rest forearms on pads and swing your legs side to side, supposedly targeting oblique muscles. She leaned into the motion with a grin, hair swinging behind her. T climbed onto a back extension platform and pretended exaggerated bodybuilder poses, while I wandered a few meters, scanning the perimeter hedge. A quick sensory memory surfaces whenever I think back to that minute. I felt a sudden flush of heat wash over me, starting in my cheeks, blooming across shoulders, sinking into chest. It was so abrupt that I recall momentarily holding my breath, waiting for it to pass, wondering if the cola had caffeine-spiked my heart rate. The park temperature had not changed. The heat felt internal, as though someone turned a dial inside my rib cage. Accompanying the heat came a tingle of alarm, an instinctive response you recognize only later, like hearing a dog growl behind you on a sidewalk. I looked toward a clump of shrubbery maybe 10 meters away. In the gap between two bushes, I saw a pair of red points. They were round yet faintly elongated vertically, more like subtle cat pupils than human pupils. At that distance, the glow could have been the reflection of some hidden toy, maybe a kid's lost bicycle reflector catching stray light, but I saw those points blink on, off, and sensed that they sat inside skull sockets rather than on a plastic surface. My mouth went dry. I called out to A and T, voice pitched higher than normal. "Guys, there's something staring at us." They wound down their pantomimed workout, strolling over. I shrugged, scanning where I pointed. T laughed. The explanation they offered, probably a stray dog, carried a teasing lilt, as though the idea of me spooking at a canine stood comical. I tried to laugh back, but nerves made the sound brittle. We resumed hanging around. I hopped into another repetition on the twisting machine. The faint red shine still lingered in the dark hedge. Then a growl disrupted everything. Low, resonant, impossible to attach to the bark of any domestic animal I had ever heard. The foliage rattled. Without exchanging a single word, both my friends bolted across the grass, over the shallow ditch, toward the nearest lit structure. A two-story brick elementary school across the road, its parking lot illuminated by tall lampposts. Their reaction set off my own survival reflex. I turned to sprint, made it maybe 2 strides before something caught my left ankle or shin. I pitched forward violently, meeting ground with knees and palms. Gravel and dirt peppered the front of my shorts. My chin smacked near my knee, and a jolt shot through limbs. Pain flared almost immediately from the back of my left calf. I tried to scramble up but felt drag, as though a claw or hand still pinned my ankle. Flailing, kicking, I rolled onto my side, bringing the calf into view just as a shadow detached from the hedge line. The moment is a freeze frame in memory, yet at the same time my brain dumped an image of what was attacking me with hallucinatory clarity. So clear I am still not sure whether I truly saw it or whether the creature projected itself straight into my consciousness. It looked roughly canine in posture, yet disturbingly humanoid in proportions. Its limbs stretched long and thin, the hind pair capable of supporting upright movement. The front pair bent into elbows and wrists, ending in spidery fingers that bore claws longer than my middle finger. The body resembled an emaciated, almost hairless dog. Pale skin pulled tight over ribs, hips jutting out like knobs. The head, though, lacked an elongated snout. Instead, it formed a vaguely human oval, devoid of nose and eyes, dominated by a vertical oval mouth ringed with ragged pointed teeth. The skin looked slick, as if wet or coated in some viscous sheen. Between one heartbeat and the next, I yanked my ankle free. The creature's nails left 3 burning scratches along my calf, already seeping blood. I lunged upright, adrenaline rocketing, and sprinted after my friends toward the school property. My chest hammered. I did not look back for fear the image might solidify. Rounding the corner of the building, I spotted A and T crouched near the playground equipment. The schoolyard featured two structures: an older wooden and metal frame directly behind classrooms, and a newer molded plastic unit to the far right along a chain-link fence bordering an alley. Beyond that fence stood detached garages and backyard sheds, their motion lights dormant. I had chosen the older structure, maybe believing the thicker beams offered better concealment. She and T pressed under a narrow staircase bolted to the main platform, knees drawn up, breathing hard. As soon as I reached them, I hissed that she thought the creature had followed us. I scanned the open blacktop behind us. Dim parking lot bulbs cast overlapping circles of light. Saw nothing, but the heavy heat clamped down again, like stepping into a sauna. Sweat gathered at my hairline even though night air remained mild. We huddled, whispering. I peeled down one sock to reveal blood oozing from 3 parallel cuts. T's expression twisted from fear into near panic. Just then, A's demeanor shifted. She stared blankly past us toward the steps leading up onto the play structure. Without speaking, she crawled out from under the stairs and rose. We called her name. She offered no reply. She climbed one level, then another, until she reached the highest point, a metal arch that curved over a support post for a vertical firefighter pole. She balanced atop the arch, fingers gripping the bar. T and I scrambled after her, shouting now. I could feel intangible pressure in the air, as if something invisible weighed down on our shoulders, willing us into silence or compliance. I stood barefoot on the arch's narrow ridge. Moonlight outlined her silhouette. She leaned forward, bent knees slightly, and jumped. Gravity pulled her downward into the pea-gravel substrate surrounding the kit. She landed folded, knees and shins first, then toppled onto her side. We expected screams or at least an anguished groan, but she sat up quickly, rocked back and forth as if dazed. We skidded down plastic slides to reach her. My hands shook. I braced for broken bones, but we found none. No bleeding, no swelling. Her jeans were dusty but intact. When she surfaced from her trance, she blinked at us, asked what happened, seemed unaware she had climbed or jumped. T and I tried to explain in rushed fragments. You climbed, you jumped, we thought you broke something. I grew even more frightened. That was when the hot, oppressive sensation thickened again around us. We exchanged a glance filled with unspoken conclusion. We needed to leave this entire area immediately. We took the most direct route, straight streets, no more hedge-lined shortcuts, back across town toward my house. I felt every step vibrating in the slices on my calf, but adrenaline numbed most pain. A few blocks from home we slowed. Dawn still rested hours away. The streets remained hushed. Lamplight glowed steady. I counted our breaths, half fearing the heat would flare again or a shape would emerge from hedges or behind parked cars. But nothing else attacked. We reached my house a little before 4 a.m., slipped inside, and tried to clean the scratch in the dim bathroom light. My calf stung, but the cuts, though bloody, looked shallow enough to require only gauze and antiseptic. When the sun rose, we parted ways, each of us claiming exhaustion as the reason we would skip whatever morning chore awaited. Later that day, I tried describing the creature to my older brother. Within minutes, I realized how absurd I sounded. Who would believe that something so monstrous not only existed but prowled an ordinary suburban park? Over the next week, I offered the story to classmates, to cousins, to an ex I trusted, and met mostly confusion or teasing. The ex was the first person who said, quietly, "You know, an older neighbor down your block once mentioned something like that, like a gaunt dog man moving around at night." I never got to hear more. The neighbor moved away, and months passed before I saw him again in passing. Even then, I lacked courage to stop and ask detailed questions. For years, whenever I bumped into him at a grocery checkout or near the post office, I would hesitate, mouth forming the start of a greeting, then let the moment pass. A and T and I drifted apart not long after high school, as many adolescent friendships do. When we bump into each other online, the park incident surfaces briefly, T asking, "Remember that weird summer night?" Or admitting she sometimes wakes from a nightmare of climbing tall things she cannot recall reaching. None of us knows what force seized her that night, what voice commanded her to perch on a narrow arch and fling herself downward. We puzzle over how gravel left no visible bruises. The only physical evidence that remains is my scar. 3 faint stripes across the back of my left calf, silvery lines that catch certain angles of light. I have revisited the fitness park during daylight. The bushes still ring the perimeter, though town crews trimmed them recently. The exercise stations have been replaced by newer models with QR code instructions. If I stand near the newer machines and stare at the greenery, I can almost pinpoint where the red eyes hovered, the precise place where the hedge parted. No trace remains. No claw-scraped bark, no trodden soil, no hint of heat in the air. Some nights, if insomnia lingers and I walk familiar blocks again, I pause beneath street lamps, listening for an unnatural growl or rustle. The wind might pick up, delivering the regular night noises. Dogs barking 2 streets away, leaves rustling on a maple. But once in a long while everything falls silent. The air presses warm against my skin, though forecast calls for cool, and the scar on my calf seems to throb faintly. Then I turn for home, memories stirring like a creature shifting just beyond the hedges of recollection. Watching with wide red eyes, I hope never to meet again. I grew up believing that nothing truly mysterious waited for us in the dark, that every odd sound had a simple explanation, and that nightmares became harmless as soon as a grown-up turned on a light. That certainty lasted until the summer of 1998, when my parents and I learned I had acute lymphocytic leukemia. I was 4, almost 5. At that age, the idea of cancer was as abstract as outer space. I did not know what a blood cell was, what chemotherapy meant, or why hospital corridors smelled like rubber gloves and antiseptic. I only understood routines. Wake up. Let nurses check my temperature. Hold still while someone pressed a stethoscope to my chest. Watch cartoons. Swallow bitter pills with apple juice. Drift to sleep whenever exhaustion demanded. Early on, my mother tried to explain things in phrases small enough to fit inside my limited vocabulary. She said my blood behaved a little out of step, so the doctors needed to remind it how to march properly. She compared chemotherapy to an army of tiny helpers who would travel through my veins and teach the misbehaving cells how to listen. That metaphor satisfied me for a while, but as soon as treatments grew stronger, the truth seeped in through subtler channels. Adult whispers behind half-closed doors, the sympathetic frown on a nurse's face when I asked how long until I could go home again, the way other parents looked at my mother in the waiting room. Fear settled deepest at night, after visiting hours ended, after my father pulled the vinyl recliner next to my hospital bed and pretended his stiff posture did not hurt, after my mother finally allowed herself to close her eyes against the room's humming machines. The ward lights dimmed. They did not extinguish fully. Safety codes required a faint glow so nurses could see, but every shadow sharpened. The heart monitor screen painted green reflections across dull metal rails. The 4-pole cast a crooked silhouette against the curtain. In that half-light, my imagination revived details from earlier in the day. A needle sliding into my arm, cold gel on my chest before an ultrasound, the wet cough of another child down the hall. I began waking screaming from dreams I could not remember, dreams the staff labeled night terrors. A well-meaning resident suggested soft music might distract me. My parents started leaving a radio tuned to an easy listening station at low volume. The DJs spoke about weather and giveaways, their voices floating through bleeps and chirps of hospital equipment. When static grew too loud, Dad popped Disney tapes into a portable VCR, The Lion King, The Rescuers, anything gentle enough to comfort a frightened child yet familiar enough not to demand full attention. I came to rely on that background noise. I learned to keep one ear tuned to it, the other monitoring the hallway outside in case a nurse with a rolling cart approached. One Wednesday night, after an especially draining round of chemo, nurses wheeled me back to my private room. My head felt stuffed with cotton. My stomach lurched if I moved too quickly. I drifted between wakefulness and half-dream while my parents discussed paperwork. Because I had slept most of the afternoon, true rest eluded me once darkness settled. Dad rented several films from the hospital library earlier. Homeward Bound for me, a legal thriller for Mom, and a sci-fi flick for himself. But the VCR still held a different tape I had begged for, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. I had never seen it, though I adored Roger's cameo in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. The afternoon nurse had warned my parents that some scenes might scare a preschooler. yet they trusted me to watch selected parts while they were present. I missed chunks of the movie anyway, dozing during rapid dialogue, waking when Jessica Rabbit sashayed across the screen. What captivated me most was Christopher Lloyd's villain Professor Doom. His black trench coat, his severe hat, his ominous walk, and especially the moment when his human mask melted to reveal bulging cartoon eyes that blazed red. The image lodged itself deep in my mind. Past midnight, the ward quieted. My mother slipped downstairs to fetch tea from the vending machine. Dad reclined with arms folded, head tilted like a dozing hawk, his chair angled between bed and bathroom door. I decided to finish the last minutes of Roger Rabbit alone. I held the remote in chubby fingers, thumb hovering above the play button, but an unsettled throb in my chest made me hesitate. Instead of pressing play, I stared over the screen at the dark bathroom doorway. I sensed motion inside that square of deeper black, the kind of flicker you glimpse by peripheral vision, gone when you look directly. At first, I assumed fatigue tricked my eyes. I was familiar with floaters bobbing across vision when I rubbed them too hard. Yet the flicker repeated. A ripple near the doorframe, then a blur withdrawing deeper into darkness. I whispered, "Dad." He grunted but did not wake fully. I swallowed, telling myself no monster could cross the room without brushing the 4 tubes stretching from my hand. But I still wanted light. Small feet in thick socks padded across cool linoleum. I switched on the bathroom light, intending to flood the doorway and expose whatever shape lurked. Yellow fluorescence spilled outward, illuminating tile, toilet, sink, and something blocking my path back to bed. A figure about the height of an adult man waited just beyond the threshold, between me and the sleeping monitors. It lacked solid edges, as if built from the same blackness that pooled in corners when hallway nightlights dimmed. I recognized the outline instantly. A hat with a pinched crown and modest brim, a fedora like Professor Doom's, perched on shoulders broader than any nurse's. One arm rested on a cane. The cane's tip touched the floor, but the figure's hand curled around the handle at chest height, implying unnaturally long proportions. No, not a hand. When my gaze adjusted, I realized the shadow possessed no fingers, only a suggestion of jointed limbs. Where eyes should sit glowed 2 red coals, brighter than the emergency exit sign across the hall, redder than the LED pulse on my 4 pump. They flickered like bonfire embers stirred by wind. Adrenaline detonated. I tried to scream, "Dad!" but my throat tightened. Air forced through tense cords produced no louder sound than a gasp. Panic surged. Limbs felt encased in thick mud. The shadow stepped forward. Instead of footfalls, it made a smooth, silent glide, as though the floor had turned frictionless beneath it. Paused a single pace away. The heat of its gaze, if a gaze can radiate temperature, hit my cheeks like standing too close to an oven door. The cane rose slowly until its tip rested against the place where a mouth ought to be. A single word slid out, hissed more than spoken, each syllable stretching like pulled taffy. Silence. The consonants carried a wet rattle reminiscent of a snake striking. Then 5 additional words, separated by jagged pauses, cut into the room. "You are going to die." I tumbled backward through air that seemed suddenly heavy. Either I fainted or my mind ejected me from waking reality, because awareness collapsed like a curtain falling over a stage. Next memory. My eyes snapped open under the harsh glow of overhead lights, alarms shrilling from machines. My body convulsed. Dad's arms wrapped around me. Nurses crowded the bed, one checking vitals, another drawing something into a syringe. Voices overlapped. Blood pressure 180 over. Temperature spike. Get Dr. Singh. I felt a sting in my thigh as sedative chemicals rushed into muscle. Darkness rolled in again, warmer, less threatening than before. When morning finally broke and the sedative wore thin, my mother explained what had happened. She had been only a few doors away fetching tea when monitors detected a dangerous arrhythmia. By the time she returned, staff were treating me for acute stress. My blood pressure had soared, my heart raced past safe limits, and my skin poured sweat. They worried about seizure activity. They worried about stroke. A resident believed nightmares triggered the episode. Mom asked if I remembered dreaming. I shook my head, afraid admitting the truth might bring the red eyes back. Over the weeks that followed, I left the hospital for intervals at home, then returned for scheduled treatments. Each stay triggered fierce dread of nighttime. My parents began playing cassettes of children's stories read by friendly narrators. They tilted the blinds so moonlight could not project silhouettes onto walls. They taped a cartoon poster over the bathroom doorway. But nothing prevented the frequent sensation, just at the edge of vision, of motion. Ink-dark shapes darting away when I turned my head. Some nights I glimpsed the fedora's outline reflected faintly in the television's black screen, as if the shadow stood between bed and window. The red eyes never blazed as fiercely as that first encounter, yet they flashed occasionally like tiny LEDs before vanishing. No nurse or physician could treat phantoms. My parents took advice from other families. Leave a radio tuned between stations so soft static masks hallway noises. Teach the child to close his eyes and picture a protective bubble. Pray. Eventually, chemotherapy did its job. By early grade school, my test results showed remission. As everyone celebrated, the nightly visitations faded. I still kept some form of background noise when falling asleep, first a boombox radio, later a bedside fan. I told myself I only needed the familiar hum to drown internal ringing from earlier treatments. The rational explanation satisfied friends who slept over, teachers who asked why I sometimes drifted off in class, early girlfriends who noticed I fidgeted at slumber party horror movies featuring shadow beings. Yet the image of that hospital night remained intact, like a pressed leaf inside a childhood scrapbook. Forever crisp, forever colored by something beyond ordinary experience. Time marched. I reached adulthood, went to college 3 provinces away, studied psychology partly to understand my mind's brittle places. After graduation, I spent several aimless years, changing apartments, changing seasonal jobs, avoiding medical facilities because the smell alone stirred panic. But when insomnia returned more aggressively, accompanied by half-remembered dreams in which a tall figure tapped a cane against the floor, I decided to seek help from a psychiatrist who blended conventional therapy with dream analysis techniques. During intake, I expected to discuss anxiety, maybe residual chemo brain, nothing paranormal. Instead, weekly sessions peeled back layers I had wrapped around the hospital incident. The terror of confronting mortality before kindergarten, the guilt that I survived when some ward friends did not, the anger at adults who insisted the shadow could not be real. My doctor suggested the encounter might represent my subconscious finally perceiving death as a tangible presence, triggered by the film's imagery and magnified by physical strain. He said the red eyes and fedora borrow details from Judge Doom because children transform overwhelming concepts into stories they can recognize. The mind, he explained, sometimes dramatizes information so powerfully that it manifests as hallucination. In medical terms, hypnagogic intrusion, stress-induced dissociation, ICU delirium. His explanation is plausible. On paper, it aligns with known phenomena. Yet when I close my eyes and walk memory's corridor back to that hospital room, I can taste the hot metallic air, feel floor tiles under socked feet, sense the cane's hush motion across lipless darkness. 15 adult years of rational thought cannot evaporate that physicality. Even now, I occasionally catch flickers. I will bend to pick laundry from a bedroom floor and see a darting shadow in the closet mirror. I will awaken at 3 a.m. to the fan's hum replaced by absolute stillness, heart thudding, convinced something stands at the bedroom threshold. I flick on the lamp and the room appears empty. No hat, no cane, only disheveled sheets. When dawn arrives, I reassure myself. You are healthy, your last oncology checkup was perfect, the monster has no power. Still, I keep an old MP3 player loaded with fairy tale audiobooks playing quietly overnight. I call it caution rather than superstition. Sometimes I wonder why that entity, whether imagined or real, confronted me then. Maybe serious illness thins the veil between worlds. Maybe certain minds act as receivers tuned to frequencies most adults forget. Perhaps death itself, sensing a child near its border, sent an emissary wearing a shape the child could decode. Half cartoon villain, half faceless reaper, announcing a grim prognosis that ultimately did not come to pass. Or perhaps trauma and chemotherapy combined in my developing brain to produce the most vivid waking nightmare of my life. I have learned there are questions therapy can illuminate but not erase. The shrink's office offered coping tools, not absolute certainty. Each time he suggested the shadow was a projection of repressed fear, I nodded and practiced breathing exercises. Each time I returned home and positioned my bedside speaker to play gentle static, I acknowledged a second possibility. Some beings lurk at the margins of human perception and occasionally step across to deliver messages we pretend not to understand. I tell the story carefully now, not because I expect listeners to accept every detail, but because part of healing involves speaking truths as we experience them. When people ask whether I believe the fedora-wearing shadow was supernatural, I say I am 90% sure a constellation of stress, fever, film imagery, and immature brain wiring produced a hallucination. The remaining 10%, the flicker I feel when streetlights fail and silence presses hot against my skin, belongs to something older, sharper, shaped like a man with coals for eyes. Whether that sliver of doubt represents memory's stubborn residue or evidence of a larger, unseen world, I leave for each person to decide. All I know is that a 4-year-old cancer patient learned one lesson while trembling in a ward that smelled of bleach and fear. When the darkness whispers your name, belief or disbelief offers the same cold truth. For at least one moment, the darkness is real enough to touch, and it remembers you long after the monitors fall silent. Since childhood, I have loved anything that hinted at the supernatural. That affection never meant I believed every spooky tale, but it did make me the first kid in line for monster movies, folklore books, and late-night conversations about things that go bump in the night. Of all the creatures hidden in the dark corners of stories, werewolves fascinated me most. The idea of a person turning into something wild and powerful felt both thrilling and terrifying. When I was small, I watched Scooby-Doo's old cartoon, Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Werewolf? And spent the next week pretending my blanket was a cape and howling at the hallway mirror. Years later, I carried that fascination into university. During a class on witchcraft and popular belief, I wrote a long paper comparing European werewolf legends with Navajo skinwalker stories. I filled 20 pages with references to medieval court records, Navajo oral histories, and modern sightings. Because of that constant interest, my friends always assumed I would stay calm if anything truly strange ever happened to us. I used to agree. I thought I would react like a curious researcher, not a frightened kid. One summer night proved how wrong I was. The story begins 7 years ago, in the warm months between my first and second year at university. The city where I live is not huge, but it is lively enough to have districts dedicated to nightlife. My core group of friends, people I had known since elementary school, liked to gather on those streets whenever coursework and part-time jobs allowed. On this particular Saturday, the daytime heat lingered after sunset, and the thought of staying indoors felt suffocating. By 10 o'clock, 8 of us had arranged to meet in front of our usual spot, a bar that mixes arcade cabinets with cheap drinks. The place is casual, noisy, and normally quick to wave underage patrons inside if they look confident. None of that mattered the moment our friend Jaden stepped to the front of the line. Jaden had come straight from a backyard barbecue, still wearing cargo shorts. Normally nobody cared, but the bouncer leaned on his velvet rope and informed us the owner had introduced a no-shorts rule. It sounded ridiculous. The bar was hardly upscale. Sticky floors, flickering neon, air that smelled like stale cola and spent tokens. But the bouncer, built like a retired linebacker, did not budge. Most of our group, already thirsty, shrugged and went in without Jaden. Only 4 of us chose to stay together. Jaden, our friend James, a quirky classmate named Athena, and me. We stepped aside while the line moved past and tried to pick a new destination fast enough to keep the night's momentum. James suggested the big country bar across town. It was famous for cheap pitchers, mechanical bulls, and a floor that seemed permanently dusted with sawdust. The place often appeared in local news after broken-nose brawls or disorderly conduct arrests, but it also stayed open late and rarely enforced dress codes. We hailed a ride, squeezed into the back seat, and arrived to a soundtrack of banjos and bass so loud the pavement hummed. Inside we found exactly what we expected. Couples in cowboy boots two-stepping, college kids shouting lyrics they barely knew, and neon signs advertising drink specials every color of antifreeze. We ordered pitchers, clinked plastic mugs, and rode the pleasant wave between tipsy and drunk. Around midnight, I took a spin on the dance floor. A stranger, eyes smoky with eyeshadow, smile too friendly, hooked her fingers through the strings of my hoodie and tried to pull me close. I laughed, gently untangled her grip, and mouthed, "Sorry, not tonight." I was flattered but not interested. My girlfriend at the time would definitely have vetoed a stranger's sudden affection. When I rejoined my friends, we made quick jokes about the encounter, finished our drinks, and agreed it was time to leave the honky-tonk behind. Athena lived 15 minutes away on foot and had promised to roll a joint for anyone who still felt like stretching the night. Recreational cannabis was still illegal then, but enforcement was lenient and most neighborhood officers looked the other way. I didn't love smoking weed. It made me quiet and glassy-eyed, but I enjoyed being with my friends when they did. We walked through residential streets, warm wind at our backs, streetlights painting gold circles on the pavement. The city had settled into its late-night hush. Distant traffic, cicadas and flower beds, the occasional porch party laughing too loudly. Athena's subdivision curved around a small playground attached to an elementary school. We climbed over the low plastic fence and sat on a platform built for preschoolers, legs dangling while Athena passed the joint around. The playground smelled of sun-warmed plastic and lilac bushes someone had planted years earlier. James exhaled a sweet cloud and pointed out random shapes in the stars. Jaden leaned back until the tips of his sneakers scraped with chips. After half an hour, we raided the corner store for iced tea, gummy worms, and salty chips, still joking like children given a rare extension to bedtime. At 2 o'clock, we decided to walk home. Each of us lived in the same older suburb 10 minutes east of Athena's place. The route led past a long chain-link fence that guarded a research property used by the local university's agriculture and ecology departments. Behind the fence stretched dozens of hectares of mixed woodland and overgrown fields. During the day, you could spot graduate students in rubber boots counting saplings or checking insect traps. At night, the trees pressed together in an unbroken wall, their outlines like spilled ink against the orange glow of faraway street lamps. We kept to the sidewalk, moving at half speed, still high enough to comment on how soft the air felt or how the moon looked fat and low. Conversation drifted toward spooky topics. We recapped childhood scares, ghost stories our cousins swore were true, YouTube videos of alleged cryptid sightings. James, the outdoorsman among us, described black bear tracks he once found near his uncle's cabin. Jaden confessed he hated deep water because of a single documentary about lake monsters. I waited my turn, eager to mention the research paper that had earned me an A- the previous semester. "Have either of you heard about skinwalkers?" I asked, hands tucked in hoodie pockets, voice half teacher, half showman. James chuckled. "Oh no, don't start that one again." Jaden elbowed him playfully, but before we could unravel my academic summary, I noticed the way James's posture changed. He had been mid-stride, arms swinging loose, but suddenly he half-turned toward me with eyes wide and mouth open to protest. "Colton, you're not supposed to say their nom." A crash like a sledgehammer slamming sheet metal exploded from the forest on our right. It was 3 blasts in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. The ground beneath our shoes vibrated. Tree branches thrashed as if something massive plowed through undergrowth at impossible speed. Whatever it was not tiptoeing. It was charging. Our bodies reacted before our brains. Muscles locked, hearts catapulted upward. Oxygen vanished. We stared at the fence, expecting it to snap outward under the weight of a bull moose or maybe a runaway horse. I volunteered with a campus urban wildlife project the previous winter, and new moose wandered the outskirts from time to time, though sightings were rare this close to downtown. Rational thought, however, evaporated under the thunder of shattered deadfall. All I knew was that something gigantic was only a few meters away, separated from us by chain link that looked suddenly flimsy. The forest grew still just as abruptly as it had erupted. Leaves settled, and a single night insect resumed its hum. We exhaled shakily, then stepped backward in unison, crossing the empty residential street behind us. Asphalt and parked cars now formed a shallow moat between us and the fence. We spoke all at once, voices overlapping, the universal language of panicked laughter mixed with shock. Jaden clutched his chest like a cartoon grandfather. James wiped sweat from his shaved head, eyes darting between our faces and the treeline. I shoved trembling hands into pockets, trying to feel scholarly again, though my knees still quivered. We forced chuckles. We searched for moose silhouettes among branches. "What do you think that was?" Jaden gasped. "Probably just a deer," James offered half-heartedly. "Maybe a black bear," I countered, struggling to keep my tone casual. None of us believed our guesses. The crash we heard belonged to something heavier than a deer, lower to the ground than a bear, and faster than either. But we needed words to hold back the silent fear curling around us. We tried to turn our backs and continue east, away from the invisible threat. For 10 paces, we managed a brisk walk until the noise started again. This time, there was no deafening boom. Instead, we heard the rip-rip-rip of heavy limbs sliding through leaves. Picture a shark's dorsal fin slicing the surface of the sea. You see the trace more than the creature itself, water parting in a V-shaped wake. On land, the effect was similar. The bushes behind the fence shivered in a line, as though an unseen prowler brushed them while paralleling our path. The movement stayed just inside the trees, hidden from direct view but advertising its presence through swaying twigs and occasional twig snaps. Whatever it was, it paced us deliberately, matching our speed when we sped up, pausing when we froze. We reached the midpoint of the block. Ahead lay the cross street that marked the end of University Land. Beyond that intersection, bright lights from the light rail station washed the sidewalk. We could almost taste relief. Yet the rustling advanced again. I glanced sideways and caught a glimpse of something pale weaving between trunks. Tall, maybe 6 feet at the shoulder, shoulders hunched forward, stride too smooth for a 4-legged animal. The glimpse lasted half a second, then vanished behind leaves. Jaden's voice cracked. "Colton, do your thing. Tell us it's a moose again." His joke landed flat. I swallowed. The academic in me wanted to categorize possibilities. Elk, escaped livestock, prankster on stilts. The primal part of my brain whispered one syllable. Run. But I forced slow breaths. "If something comes out, you two run," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounded. Jaden's eyebrows shot up. "What about you?" "I'll be right behind." A lie spoken because I had decided, foolishly yet firmly, that if a monster charged, I would stand between it and them, the same way a captain goes down with the ship he steered into the iceberg. We resumed our speed walk, each step louder than the last. My ears rang, my peripheral vision strained for movement. Halfway to the corner, James muttered a curse and swung his backpack behind him like a shield. Jaden stared straight ahead, lips moving silently, maybe repeating a prayer half-remembered from childhood. My heart hammered as if to crack ribs. We bolted the final meters and skidded onto the perpendicular sidewalk. Sodium streetlights buzzed overhead, flooding the pavement in harsh gold. Across 4 lanes of empty night road stood the light rail station and a cluster of academic buildings. We slowed, bent double, hands on knees, lungs burning. Behind us the forest ended abruptly, replaced by manicured grass. The chain-link fence veered away to protect a small community garden, leaving no direct path for a creature that preferred cover. Relief smoothed my pulse at last. Then I looked back one final time. A lone figure stood in the middle of the road where we had just fled. 4 legs, thick coat, amber eyes glinting under electric light. Coyote, but larger than any I had seen on camera traps. Taller, heavier, posture unervingly calm. City coyotes usually trot with quick, nervous steps, ready to duck into bushes. This one loitered as if it owned the asphalt, head high, tail still. His gaze locked on us. I felt pinned. Jaden hissed my name. I had frozen again, staring. The coyote lifted a paw, took 3 leisurely strides toward the curb, then stopped. It was testing the distance like a cat gauging when to pounce. Fear finally cracked my paralysis. I spun and ushered my friends toward the station's bright plaza. Automatic doors led to an all-night coffee kiosk manned by a dozing student. We slipped inside, bought water bottles we didn't need, and sat under fluorescent tubes until our hands stopped shaking. Through plate glass windows, we watched the intersection. The road lay empty. No coyote. No rustling leaves. The night resumed its silent routine. After 20 minutes, we convinced ourselves the threat had retreated. We still needed to get home. The safest route was through familiar residential streets lit by porch lamps and security lights. We promised to stick together until we reached the first houses, then split 2 in 1 according to where we lived. With hesitant steps, we left the station's glow. Nothing followed us through the neighborhood. We passed fences draped with clematis, sprinklers ticking in front yards, cars parked crookedly in driveways. Our speech returned in whispers, then louder. We laughed at how stupid we must have looked sprinting from squirrels, or from our own shadows. Jaden swore the next time a bar rejected shorts, he would march home bare-legged rather than risk backroad adventures. James joked about mounting silver bullets on his keychain. I offered half-hearted theories. Maybe the coyote really was just curious. Maybe we startled a deer that then spooked the coyote. Yet each hypothesis flapped like a loose bandage over a wound still raw. At the first intersection of our neighborhood, James and Jaden peeled off left toward their cul-de-sac. I continued straight down an alley lined with detached garages. Distance from friends magnified every rustle. My shoes slapped asphalt too loudly. Each echo sounded like stealthy footsteps behind me. I fought the urge to sprint but lost. Halfway down the alley, I broke into a run, arms pumping, ears straining for pursuit. Nothing chased me, yet dread remained. My parents' house sat third from the end of the block. I vaulted the 2 front steps, fumbled keys, finally clicked the deadbolt, and shut the door with a decisive slam. Inside, silence. The fridge hummed. Somewhere upstairs, my father snored. I leaned against cool wood panels, heartbeat booming in my ears, and exhaled a shaky laugh at my overreaction. After chugging water, washing my face, and brushing my teeth, I crept upstairs. My bedroom window faced the street. Habit made me peek through the curtain before switching off the lamp. Across the asphalt, bathed in the dim cone of a neighbor's streetlight, the coyote stood. Same size, same unhurried bearing. Its eyes reflected gold and green. It did not flinch when a moth brushed its ear. It simply stared up at me. My breath caught. Hands trembled as I yanked the curtain closed so violently the rings screeched on their rod. Blind fear propelled me into bed where I cocooned under blankets, though summer heat pressed like a sauna. For hours I listened for scratching at siding or snuffling at the ground floor windows. I must have fallen asleep near dawn, because I dreamed of shapes moving between trees, of voices like wind whispering, "Let it in." Sunlight dissolved the nightmare. Morning birds chirped. Cars hissed along wet pavement. Rain had passed unnoticed. I checked the yard for paw prints and found only puddles. Still, the memory of that stare lingered, as if the animal, or whatever masqueraded as one, had looked through glass and weighed me, not as prey exactly, but as someone worth remembering. Over breakfast, I considered telling my parents, but decided against it. They would blame alcohol or suggest skittish coyotes drawn by new garbage bylaws. My friends? They had already messaged the group chat. We made it home alive. Next time, taxis only. Nobody wanted to analyze the event, only to file it under wild night and move on. I followed their lead publicly. Privately, questions gnawed. Why had the creature seemed so deliberate? How could it create such thunderous crashes yet show itself as a lone coyote? My rational mind offered answers. Exaggerated acoustics at night, the fear amplifier of THC and beer, coincidence. Another part of me, the part that researched shapeshifters for fun, remembered warnings about speaking certain names after dark, about drawing attention from beings that wear familiar skins to conceal older hunger. I live in Western Canada. Our indigenous cultures tell stories of many powerful entities. Some speak of cannibal spirits whose hunger grows with each act of consumption. Others warn of animal people who cross boundaries between forms. Skinwalker legends belong to the Navajo, whose traditional territory lies far south. Scholars say their power does not travel here, yet myths evolve. Travelers bring tales across continents. Spirits may wander when roads, rail lines, and fiber optic cables stitch distant lands closer than ever. Or maybe, when we invoke a name with genuine curiosity or drunken bravado, we open a door long enough for something to notice. I cannot declare with certainty that we met a supernatural predator. Perhaps we startled a large deer that toppled deadfall, and 20 meters of forest warped our perception. Perhaps the coyote simply smelled our snacks and followed. The simplest explanation remains plausible. But late at night, when suburbs fall quiet, I sometimes remember red tracks of taillights along the road and imagine golden eyes watching from the median, waiting for me to say another forbidden word. Whatever truth hides behind that summer encounter, it changed something in me. I still love folklore, still collect stories, still argue for scientific reasoning first. Yet when friends drag me down forested shortcuts after midnight, I feel the urge to warn them. Be careful what names you speak, and walk a little faster once the trees begin to rustle. I grew up believing the world was divided neatly into two halves. The ordinary daylight where children chased each other across dusty yards, and the gentle hush of evening when families gathered under tin roofs to share rice, fish, and stories whispered across wobbly wooden tables. In my mind, those stories, especially the older ones, belonged in the same realm as comic book superheroes or the colorful folktales buried in school textbooks. Legends of Aswang, Tik-Tik, and Mananangal were amazing to hear, but listening to them felt like looking up at distant constellations. Close enough to spark wonder, but far enough to pose no real danger. My small town in Mindanao spent 90% of each day doing normal things. Bathing in the river, repairing broken tricycle chains, bargaining over a handful of calamansi. So I measured reality by those tasks, not by whatever dark shapes might roam forest trails after sunset. That neat division collapsed one wet season night more than 10 years ago, when I was still sitting cross-legged on a threadbare sofa, watching cable cartoons and reaching for stale banana Q on a chipped plate while my grandmother prepared boiling water for her instant coffee. We inhabited a modest one-story house. Concrete blocks plastered with whitewash, windows secured by rust-streaked iron grills, and corrugated aluminum sheets nail-gunned to rafters 14, maybe 15 feet above the floor. The roofline matched those of 3 neighboring homes arranged like shy siblings, each separated by 16 or so feet of packed earth. From our front door, a dirt footpath curled toward a river, its surface usually calm but swollen during heavy rains, and beyond that gentle channel sprouted hectares of tangled vegetation. Trees wrapped in sagging vines, bamboo thickets clicking in the wind, and underbrush so dense villagers joked you needed a boalo in each hand and a third clenched between your teeth just to walk a single meter. We all repeated the same warnings about those woods. Bad spirits, drifting lights, sudden chills, disembodied giggles. Neighbors swore and Aswangs skulked among the trunks, waiting for moonless hours to hunt. I pictured that creature as the adults described it. Human by day, unstoppable predator by night, able to sprout wings wider than nipa palm roofs, or adopt canine form, or worse, split its own body in half to glide above houses until it smelled pregnant women or sick infants. But I also believed our household was shielded by my grandmother's nightly prayers and by the rowdy laughter that bloomed from our kitchen each evening. How could anything evil cross the invisible wall built by brave voices and boiling water? On the afternoon, everything changed. The sky was bright enough for the corrugated roof to glare silver. I can remember Adventure Time flickering across our television, the volume turned just loud enough to drown the buzz of a faulty ceiling fan. 2 younger cousins sprawled beside me, both still sticky from chasing dragonflies along the irrigation ditch. Outside, their mother, my tita, unfolded a banig mat on the narrow porch to dry under the remaining sun. Grandmother shuffled in rubber slippers between the kitchen's low concrete sink and a dented kettle balanced above a portable gas burner, waiting for bubbles to burst. Clouds massed behind distant hills, promising their typical evening rain. From inside we heard the kettle's lid rattling and the cartoon's background music hopping merrily. Yet beneath those ordinary sounds I picked up another noise. Claws scuffing against dirt followed by a faint hiss that didn't belong to any kettle. My grandmother was the first to see the black cat emerge from behind our house. At least, that's what she later explained. She reached the threshold, kettle in hand, and stared. I hurried to peer through the window. The creature had patchy fur and hairless blotches that looked harshly raw, angry pink grooves visible between tufts of midnight black. One eye appeared cloudy. Flies circled the wounds, and each time the cat stepped, it wobbled as though dizzy or drunk. Something in its gait turned my blood sluggish, like it wore a human sadness on feline paws. My grandmother, however, saw danger, and instinct married to provincial superstition kicked faster than logic. In one motion she dashed out, lifting the kettle high, and flung a stream of scalding water across the animal's bony back. The cat erupted in a shriek that shredded any separation between ordinary life and nightmare. The sound rippled across the compound, reaching my chest like claws raking from within. It didn't meow, didn't yowl. It produced a shrill chord combining pig squeal, infant wail, and steel against steel. I froze at the window. My cousins scrambled behind couch cushions. Grandmother stood trembling, clutching the now light kettle, eyes huge. The cat's body arched grotesquely, then launched itself away, tail rigid, disappearing around the corner. For a full minute, the only sounds were kettle lid clinking and our quickened breathing. Evening draped itself over rooftops. We ate supper early. Boiled togue, fried galunggong, rice clumped into perfect mounds, because in rural barangays the day closes soon after shadows lengthen. By 8 the TV was silent, plates washed, doors latched, and darkness slipped indoors where lamps could not fully push it back. I curled on a thin foam mattress beside my cousins. A small oscillating fan ticked left and right. Its hum should have lulled us to sleep, yet something, some vibration in the air, maybe, kept my mind taut. At 9 I finally drifted off, still hearing faint echoes of that cat's tortured cry. Hours later, an explosive clang above my head ripped me from dream into raw awareness. More thuds followed, each separated by a ragged gasp from somewhere nearby, maybe my own mouth. I lay stiff, heart punching ribs, convinced that a human, drunk neighbor, perhaps, stomped across our roof. Then a thunderous crash landed overhead, heavier than any boot. Metal groaned. Something immense had dropped onto the galvanized sheets, causing them to bow inward. Grandmother's voice sliced through the house. "In Jesus' name!" she shouted, words trembling but fierce. Another metallic bang followed, as though she jabbed a broom handle skyward. I heard her footwork, quick steps, repositioning, thrust again. Every strike answered by the roof creature's furious snorts, half animal, half something else entirely. Wet, gurgling, almost amphibian. The stomping thing leapt from our roof to the neighbors with a deafening thump that rattled window louvers. Sheets of rain began pattering, bringing occasional flashes of lightning that backlit silhouettes beyond the open eaves. Each time the creature landed, aluminum panels imploded under its weight, denting, sometimes cracking crossbeams. Grandma punctuated each move with a firm jab and shouted scripture I could not fully decipher. I burrowed deeper beneath the blanket, pillow pressed to ears, but sound found every path inward. My cousins whimpered. The air felt damp and electrically charged. From somewhere outside, another voice joined the fray. Our neighbor, Mang Celso, barking orders. A door slammed, feet pounded gravel. Through my bedroom window, I glimpsed him running into the lane clutching what looked like a tin pail, hurling handfuls of gray dust, wood stove ash mixed with rock salt, toward the adjacent houses. He called the creature vile names and dared it to face him. Storm clouds cracked open with a white sheet of lightning. In that frozen instant, my gaze followed Mang Celso's to the ridge of my cousin's roof. Something crouched there, massive, feline maybe, but wrong. The silhouette bulked bigger than a tiger, with limbs too thick and a spine that bowed upward like a camel's hump. Rain drummed across its shape but didn't seem to wet it. The flash vanished, leaving me blinded by afterimage, yet I swear the beast moved, muscles convulsing, bones rearranging beneath hide, and unfolded into a grotesque parody of a woman. She, if she applied, stood hunched, arms pendulous, hair fluttering though wind had died. Her limbs were stretched, elbows past her knees, fingers like broom straws. She tilted her head, one moment cat-like, the next unsettlingly human, and released a howl that welded every horrible sound I'd ever heard. Newborn goat bleat, rusty hinge shriek, lover mourning beside a coffin. It surged with enough force to shake the walls, Ceramic plates in our cupboard clinked. I felt the wooden floor vibrate through thin mattress. My bladder loosened. Shame heated my cheeks, though fear kept body still. Grandmother's stick slammed again. The creature roared. It vaulted to another rooftop, corrugated iron buckling. The jump spanned at least 20 feet. Impossible for any normal animal. Yet the figure landed with spider-like ease and sprang again, using roofs like stepping stones toward the wilderness. Another lightning burst traced her outline midair, elongated arms whipping behind like dark flags before she melted into tree-lean shadows beyond our community. Silence dropped afterward. No rain, no insects, only a final kettle whistle curling from an extinguished dream. At first light, neighbors grouped outside, sleepy-eyed, barefoot, trading recaps in soft bisaya. We craned necks at our roofs. My house, smallest of the four, had fresh dents where the entity had first slammed down. Broad impressions too wide for a human foot, too shallow for a falling branch, plus long gouges as if claws had scraped galvanized metal. Beneath those wounds, several rafters cracked, wooden splinters dangling. The neighbor's house wore similar damage. Tin pails of ash littered verandas. Mang Celso retold what he saw. The silhouette of a colossal cat pacing ridgelines, then, under lightning's white film, its transformation into a malformed woman, back hunched, hair swirling though the air remained still. He insisted the creature's eyes glowed seawater green. Grandpa, who lived 2 streets over, arrived to inspect roof damages. He muttered that my grandmother's water attack must have angered the Aswang, because such beasts often sent their familiar, dogs, pigs, cats, to scout pregnant women or children ripe with illness. When harmed, the master would exact revenge. My cousin's mother nodded gravely. Earlier, she had stitched small tears in the mat scorched by my grandma's kettle splash, the location where boiling water had first kissed the black cat's hide. Though elders took immediate measures, sprinkling coarse salt across thresholds, smudging door frames with garlic, threading dry palaspis fronds along window grills, no one could guarantee safety. That afternoon, a carpenter hammered supports beneath our sagging ceiling. I lugged fallen branches to fuel a yard bonfire while men told stories of farmers hearing wings heavier than Calabaw, of infants found pale at dawn, of butchered goats with tongues missing. Those tales grew alive now, no longer comic book monsters but pressing reality. Some families slept in groups afterward. Mats rolled into living rooms where crucifixes hung. The night regained insect choruses, but any louder rustle jerked us alert. I thought the Aswang might return for proper vengeance. Yet weeks slid by quietly. Maybe the salt barrier held. Maybe the creature deemed our village more trouble than its harvest of hearts. Could it be nursing wounds deeper than scalded skin pride? Perhaps? Sometime later, rainy season ended. Roof dents remained like bruises on metal but didn't leak. People resumed chores. Children resumed games. Still, I never again felt the same innocence stepping outside after sunset. Years later, I moved to Manila for college, then eventually abroad. Life became a clock of subways, fluorescent lights, deadlines. Memories of that night slept in distant storage, until once, from an apartment balcony in a foreign city, I caught movement atop a neighboring building. Maybe a raccoon, maybe a stray dog. It bounded roof to roof with fluid leaps, too quick to identify. My stomach clenched, adrenaline buzzing, as though my childhood rushed back, all humid heat and lightning flashes. I listened. City traffic roared below. Nothing snorted. No pipes screamed. Still I tasted fear again, metallic. Sometimes, half awake in some rented room far from Mindanao, I hear a faint scuffle across ceiling plaster or a dull thud like a heavy body settling overhead. Logic explains it away. Plumbing knock, neighbors dropped shoe. But beneath reasoning coils a memory. A silhouette outlined by lightning. A cry that fused cat, pig, woman, nightmare. I swallow, breathe slow, remind myself of geography and years. Yet, in that hush before dawn, I imagine the old forest across the river where vines sway without wind and wonder whether something ancient, half-feral, half-human still prowls beneath the canopy, waiting for night deep enough to slip across roofs and reclaim whatever anger still smolders from a grandma's kettle of boiling water. It always surprises me how clearly I remember the shape of the valley where I grew up. Even though so many years have passed and the countryside has changed with every new road project and each fresh layer of asphalt on farm-to-market lanes. From a distance, that corner of southeastern Norway seems gentle, rolling green, threaded by narrow rivers that flash silver in spring sun and freeze into dull gray ribbons under the winter moon. But anyone who has spent time wandering those woods knows they hold pockets of deep, stubborn darkness. I was 16 the first time I began to sense that something else was moving through those forests. Something that wore our shadows like borrowed coats, that slipped from one skin to the next as an easy game. I lived in a tidy yellow house at the edge of the village. My friend F, just F because friends rarely use full names, lived 2 streets away in a red wooden one-story with a sagging shed. Both buildings tucked against the same pine forest that spread for kilometers until it hit the gray stone of the next mountain ridge. We had grown up together, using every spare hour to explore, building forts, and telling ghost stories we picked up from older cousins. Most kids I knew eventually traded mysteries for sports, small jobs, or the glow of online games. F and I never really did. We were convinced there was still something out there, just beyond the boundary of ordinary sight. If we pedaled our bikes down the gravel track one more curve, if we stepped off the marked paths one more meter, we might catch it, whatever it was. At the start of the story I'm about to share, the calendar said early February, but the forest still wore the deep, blue-white coat of midwinter. The snow had settled into thick drifts that held a boot print for days. Sunlight lasted only a sliver past 4 in the afternoon before shadows took over. I had finished homework and was waiting at the kitchen window for F to appear. Soon I spotted him half walking, half sliding along the packed snow of our driveway, a saw sticking out of the backpack he carried. We were going to build a hideout, we decided, a shelter only we could find, hidden among 3 stout spruce trunks that rose from a slight rise not far from the main logging track. We thought of it as a clubhouse, a watchtower, and, if we were lucky, a front row seat to the unknown. By the time we reached the site, the sun was a pale coin close to the horizon. We worked quickly, more from excitement than cold. Stripped lower branches with the saw, wedged poles between trees, braided thinner sticks to form a rough lattice. Then we patted snow and fallen needles to make a kind of bench. After a couple of hours, we leaned back and admired our work. Nothing special if an adult had seen it, but to us it looked like an expedition base from a movie. While we rested, F craned his head, scanning the snow around us, and nudged me with one boot. "Look there," he said. "Tell me that's not strange." A single line of tracks wandered into our clearing and curved out the other side. At first glance, they resembled the prints of a dog, 4-toed oval pressed deep from a heavy animal. But something was wrong with the shape. Each print was too long, the palm pad oddly stretched, the toe marks egg-shaped rather than round. More unsettling, each track was a little smaller than the one before it, as if the creature that left them were shrinking step by step. We followed the line 5 meters until the prints became no larger than my fist. And then, without warning, the shape changed completely. 2 slim V's poked into the snow, 3 spiky toes pointing forward, claw marks gouging the crust. Bird prints, only there were no wing marks, no scattered feathers, and the stride length remained that of a larger creature. We stood silent, breath fogging in the dimming air. Maybe a fox chased a raven? I suggested, though the words sounded thin even to me. F shook his head. Why would a fox's paw prints get smaller as it ran? And why no sign of the fox changing direction? It's like one thing became another thing. I kicked at a nearby drift just to hear the familiar crunch of snow. Let's remember where the line ends. We might track it tomorrow, see if there are more clues. F agreed, but his eyes did not leave the point where the prints vanished beneath a blueberry shrub. A quick gust rattled the dry leaves overhead, dropping powder onto our shoulders. We both laughed, nervous laughter, because laughter is easier than asking, what if something impossible just walked by? After storing the saw and rope behind a camouflage of branches, we trekked back to my place, planning to return the next day with his father's camera. But night came first, and with it a new chapter in our running game with the unknown. The next weekend I visited F's house for the first time since the tracks. We had barely hung up coats when he waved me toward the kitchen doorway. "Grab the leash," he said. His family owned a Norwegian Lundhund named Balder, a rare breed, compact, fox-like, famous for climbing cliffs and twisting its body into angles no normal dog would attempt. Balder almost never barked and greeted strangers with bored indifference. He was, we joked, braver than most people we knew. We decided on a long evening walk. The date happened to be September 11th, an anniversary that felt distant to two rural teenagers but still carried an aura of weight. Perhaps that is why we chose the road locals called Huldra Way, a narrow lane lined by abandoned cottages that faced a dense wall of evergreens. During spring, this route smelled of sap and earth. In late summer, fog pooled between houses, and in autumn, leaves carpeted the pavement in shades of rust. In winter, when this night took place, only skeletal birch trunks and black windows stared back at passers-by. Perfect for a spooky stroll. We set off around 8, sky already darkness inked with faint starlight. Only a distant porch lamp behind us and the dull glow of F's phone guided our steps. Balder trotted ahead on the retractable leash, sniffing gutters, leaving crisscrossing lines in the powdered snow. 15 minutes in, we turned off the asphalt and cut through an older section where houses stood wider apart, yards half consumed by thickets. Wind barely stirred. A peculiar hush fell, the kind that makes you acutely aware of your own heartbeat. Crickets had died away weeks earlier, but even the usual winter sounds, far-off plows on the main road, the bark of a neighbor's farm dog, were absent tonight. We pressed deeper, trading whispers about what might lurk just beyond the edge of phone light. The hush thickened until it felt like cotton stuffed in our ears. Then, from somewhere in the timber, a scream knifed through the stillness. Not the drawn-out yowl of a fox or the abrupt squeal of a hare broken by an owl's talons. This cry was unmistakably human, raw with panic, abruptly cut short as if a hand had clamped down over the mouth. Every instinct told us to run. We collided and sprinted for the main road, Balder at our heels. Breath blasted white streams past our cheeks. Only when we reached streetlights did we slow. F bent, hands on knees, struggling to breathe. Balder's hackles trembled in the sodium-yellow glow. I glanced back at the corridor of black trees we'd escaped. Nothing moved, yet an afterimage of that cry clung inside my skull. Back inside his house, we pretended a movie on TV could erase what we heard. But curiosity is louder than caution, especially for boys our age. Half an hour later, F clipped Balder's leash and announced we'd circle the neighborhood. Just a normal nightly walk, we told ourselves, though we both steered our route straight toward the same abandoned cottages. We paced the middle of the empty road, one side lined by dark structures, peeling paint, sagging eaves, and the other by towering conifers whose trunks disappeared into deep drifts. A single breeze set a loose panel on a flagpole, tapping a metal beat, bridging each hesitant step. We reached what felt like the halfway mark, judging by a rust-coated mailbox with dented numbers. Nothing unusual. No lights, no shapes, not even fresh prints across the pure snow. We shrugged and turned back. For several minutes, the world remained uneventful. Then F stiffened. I heard leash rings jingle as Balder halted. F's voice came out a notch above a whisper, but a decibel below terror. Run. No question, no second glance. Sometimes command bypasses the rational mind and plugs straight into the spine. I shot forward, legs pumping, arms swinging. Balder shot ahead, rarely needing encouragement. The road seemed to elongate, each cottage blurring past. Snow crunched, my breath rasped, but above all I heard something heavier gaining behind. Thuds that vibrated through the soles of my boots, a chuffing breath too deep for human lungs. Only after we cut a sharp left onto a better-lit street did we slow, gasps tearing at frosted air. I spun to face the lane we'd left. Nothing. Darkness swallowed the cottages, hiding whatever pursued us. Balder whined, pawed the snow, and in that moment, blood dripped bright on the white. Not from a paw, from behind him. F stammered out words. The dog's hindquarters were smeared with streaks that led beneath his tail. Blood. We hurried to wipe him. The bleeding slowed but did not stop. A chill rolled down my arms. Healthy dogs do not bleed like that. Was it fear? Injury? Something else? Inside F's kitchen, we cleaned Balder with a damp cloth while F described what he'd seen at the moment he told us to run. Under a lone flicker of porch light, he spotted a figure step from behind the largest spruce. It stood upright but wrong. Shoulders too narrow and arms too long. Fingers maybe tipped with claws. Skin looked grayish, stretched tight across knobby joints. No hair. The face held empty pits where a nose should be, and its mouth yawned round and huge, packed with countless pointed teeth. Too many teeth. He said its eyes seemed black holes until his phone's beam reflected an eerie shine. I asked if it could have been a trick of the light, shadow, and snow sculpting illusions. F shook his head hard. It moved. Colonel, it moved on those knees like they bent backward. We spent the remainder of the night in the living room, lights blazing. Balder lay on a blanket, having finally stopped bleeding. At dawn, F's mother phoned the veterinarian. She described the bleeding as maybe related to stress or an anal gland rupture. But deep down, we believed environment alone couldn't cause that sudden hemorrhage. Days passed with no further incident until one foggy afternoon I volunteered to walk Balder so F could finish homework. I followed the same route, but before hitting the haunted lane I felt silly, telling myself we'd overreacted. I clipped Balder's leash shorter just in case. Snow had melted into patches, leaving glassy ice. Visibility sat low, gray haze swirling between trunks. Yet I convinced myself it was good to push fears aside. 500 meters in, Balder froze. First stood, lips peeled soundlessly. Ahead, where cottages began, I glimpsed a pale blur skim across the road, like moonlit cloth caught by wind. It vanished behind a shed. I sniffed cold air mixing with faint odor, damp hay, and something faintly metallic. My pulse hammered. I tugged Balder. He resisted. The blur reappeared, this time sliding from one tree to the next, white against dark bark. It moved crouched, arms dangling, knees folded to the side like an infant's crawl, except the body was man-sized. I pivoted, heels scraping icy gravel, and half-dragged, half-carried Balder back the way we came. The dog's nails clicked frantic rhythms. I didn't look back until we reached a curve where houses reappeared. Nothing followed. I told F, and he only nodded, eyes older than his age. He whispered, "It's still out there." We gave our vision a name, the Nightcrawler. Not original, maybe. Others on the internet call similar beings by that label, but words help trap fear inside manageable cages. Winter dissolved, replaced by budding leaves, then endless Nordic daylight. My senses relaxed. Then, in mid-June, F's parents drove us and F's older sister to a cinema 20 kilometers away. We took a back road that skirted the forest. Music filled the car. Rain freckles peppered the windshield. We rounded a bend, and a white form erupted from the ditch. An all-white deer, antlers ghostly above its head, eyes black buttons. It bounded across the asphalt, hoofs clacking. Brakes screeched. Seat belts snapped. The deer vanished into the opposite ditch. Only later, catching our breaths, did F and I exchange a loaded glance. How many albino deer roam these parts? Could the night crawler slip between shapes, bird, cat, deer, skeletal humanoid? Our minds drew swift lines connecting prints shrinking from bear size to bird, connecting the scream, the chase, the pale blur behind cottages. Skeptics might call each event coincidence. Bird prints overlapping with dog tracks. Fox shrieks misheard as human. An albino deer startled by headlights. And Balder's bleeding? Bad luck. The rational part of me tries to accept those simpler answers. But when wind rattles siding on my apartment in the city, when snow hushes the world and tree shadows reach across roads, I sometimes imagine a thin white figure trotting from trunk to trunk, testing new disguises. A stray cat with raw wounds, a deer leaping between headlights, maybe next a barn owl perched silent above my balcony. I have not walked Huldra Way after sunset in many years. When I visit the village, I keep to main routes washed in streetlight. F moved north for university. We message occasionally. When talk drifts to childhood, we always stop short of that winter. Our memories feel private, reluctant to be poked by disbelief. But late at night, phone glow on my face, I catch myself scrolling news for odd wildlife sightings near my hometown. Albino moose, barefoot prints beside avian tracks, reports of unearthly cries. There is never anything conclusive. Perhaps that is the night crawler's greatest trick. Leaving just enough evidence to haunt, never enough to prove. Alexandria and I met when we were both 27. From the first afternoon coffee date, we fell into an easy rhythm, laughing about the same odd jokes, finishing each other's sentences, making up stories about strangers who walked past our table. We dated for 2 years, got engaged on a crisp October evening, and married the following May beneath maple trees that had just unfurled new leaves the color of fresh pennies. When we spoke our vows, friends teased that we had already been living like an old married couple. Early breakfasts, long walks, big hopes, and bigger daydreams about an adopted dog and a house with a small garden. After the wedding, we decided the best way to start our future was to share one address instead of two. The house we chose stood at the quiet end of a tree-lined street. A "for sale by owner" sign leaned against the porch rail. The paint was faded, and the price undeniable for two people trying to keep a budget in line with modest salaries. The papers said it had been built in the 1890s by a retired sea captain. The story charmed us. We could picture him lingering at the oak banister, one hand on the newel post, telling guests how he'd saved extra pennies from each voyage to raise the walls that now sheltered us. We signed without hesitation, celebrated with cheap champagne on the living room floor, then spent the next week ferrying boxes between apartments and our new address. During those first weeks, I noticed little peculiarities. Doors that refused to stay shut, the faint smell of pipe tobacco drifting through the hallway although neither of us smoked. The quirks made sense for a place that had watched more than a century shuffle past its windows, so I shrugged them off. Alexandria mentioned hearing knocks at odd hours, 3 sharp taps on the kitchen door, or a slow rap on the bedroom wall just as she slipped into sleep. Each time I checked and found wind stirring the lilac bush or a raccoon waddling off the porch. We joked that the captain's ghost must be restless, wanting to be sure the new tenants treated the floorboards kindly. Summer heated up, nights buzzed with cicadas, and we held hands in the backyard while planning simple renovations. Life felt bright, filled with ordinary joys. Weekend markets, lazy Sunday breakfasts, listening to the rain on tin gutters. One Friday afternoon, Alexandria pressed my hand against her belly and whispered that she was late. Really late. 2 pharmacy tests and a doctor's appointment confirmed the news. Our laughter echoed in the hallway. We could not stop smiling at the idea of a tiny person growing between us. We phoned parents, texted siblings, mapped out nursery colors. The house, however, seemed to sour. Knocks grew harsher, louder, arriving at dusk and dawn alike. A drawer I'd closed would stand open when I returned. The fridge door eased wide, swinging far enough to trigger its low beeping alarm. We tightened hinges and replaced gaskets. Nothing changed. More than once, Alexandria swore she saw the rocking chair glide 2 inches across the nursery floor. I convinced her it was uneven boards. Then the bruises appeared, yellowish ovals on her upper arms, straight finger marks on her ankles. She woke with scratches near her collarbone. 5 lines as though an invisible rake had trailed across her skin. Sometimes I found her sitting upright in bed, clutching her throat, gasping. She said she had dreamed of drowning. I would have traded every dollar in our savings to spare her, but I did not know how. We bought a baby-safe nightlight shaped like a teddy bear and let it glow through the dark hours. It illuminated nothing except Alexandria's restless face when she startled awake again and again. A month later, we surrendered. We packed clothes, important documents, and a few sentimental trinkets, then drove to her parents' place on the west side of town, a house that smelled of rosemary and dish soap, where the bedroom curtains fluttered in friendly ways and the only nighttime noises came from tree frogs. Within 24 hours, the bruises on Alexandria's arms began to fade. She carried our son, Ethan, in peace for the rest of the pregnancy. Her mother simmered bone broth, her father retold corny jokes, and the quiet mornings allowed Alexandria to regain color in her cheeks. Ethan arrived on a cloudless March dawn, lungs strong, 10 fingers, 10 toes, eyes blue as beach glass. I pressed my lips to his warm head and promised him safekeeping, ignorant of how quickly we would put that vow to the test. Infants outgrow living rooms fast. Toy clutter multiplied, and 3 adults sharing one bathroom became comic. When Ethan was 10 months old, we toured rentals. The market had dipped. We signed a lease on a bungalow half an hour from her parents. Fresh drywall, new wiring, sunlit windows, no 90-year history. We moved in with optimism. A week later, Alexandria set her phone on the bedside table before a shower. When she returned, it rested on the kitchen counter. She chuckled, assuming she was sleep-deprived. Then the bathroom tap hissed open while we spooned cereal into Ethan's mouth. I turned it off, thinking I'd left the valve loose. Midnight brought new knocks, quick, impatient rap against the front door. No one stood beneath the porch light. The next night, the basement door thudded 3 times. We slept with lamps blazing, but light did not keep trouble away. More bruises marred Alexandria's legs. She reported that invisible hands gripped her calves whenever she rocked Ethan to sleep. One dawn, I woke to my own skin burning. A livid handprint spanned my shoulder, each finger tapered like claws. Ethan began to whimper at random corners of rooms, pointing at nothing we could see. One morning, a bright red blotch wrapped his forearm, as if someone had squeezed too hard. He did not cry, yet my knees buckled when I saw it. We sped to the pediatrician, who said the mark appeared superficial, no tenderness beneath, perhaps a contact allergy. Alexandria and I shared a stare heavy with unsaid fear. That night, we repacked suitcase and crib, retreated to her parents' place like soldiers crawling back from the front. Once again, the mark ceased. Over Sunday dinner, her father set down his fork, gazed at us with steady conviction, and said the house was not our problem. The enemy traveled with us. In a calm voice, he offered the guest room without an end date. We thanked him but refused to believe a thing can latch on and follow. We feared becoming permanent guests, so after 6 safe months, we saved deposit money and tried again. We toured another rental, this time an upstairs apartment in a brick duplex. New neighborhood, new start. Day 1 felt ordinary. Day 3, cabinet doors yawned wider than we left them. Day 6, faucets dripped, then gushed. Week 2, Alexandria woke screaming, hand at her throat, gasping that something heavy knelt on her chest. I flicked on the lamp. Her skin showed crescent bruises below the jawline. My heart drummed with equal parts fury and terror. Ethan whimpered in his cot. When I lifted him, a bloom of fresh red spread beneath his pajama sleeve. I set him back down gently, strode into the hall, and shouted at empty walls, voice breaking with rage. Silence answered, thick as tar. I felt foolish but could not stop shaking. Back to her parents again. Shame heavier than luggage straps biting our hands. Her mother folded us into hugs, whispering that home is wherever family keeps its doors unlocked. For 12 months, we accepted their kindness. Ethan learned to walk in the same hallways that had cradled Alexandria's first steps. We blew candles on his 2nd birthday, then his 3rd. He slept peacefully. No bruises, no knocking. We allowed ourselves to hope the presence had grown bored. When a scorched electrical outlet forced her parents to consider expensive rewiring, we insisted on giving them space and found a cozy townhouse only a few blocks away so we could still visit weekly. We blessed the front threshold, sprinkled salt along windowsills, tucked a small wooden crucifix above the nursery door. A gift from her father. The entity was waiting. It announced itself first with whispers, thin, almost metallic murmurs beneath the whir of Ethan's white noise machine. Alexandria nudged me awake, asking if I'd left the baby monitor on. I listened. Static folded around faint syllables I couldn't shape into words. I unplugged it. The voices continued, floating from nowhere. A crash from the kitchen jerked us upright. We found every drawer yanked out and flung face down like dead fish. The refrigerator hung open, cartons toppled, eggs leaking bright yellow across tile. A cutting board lay split in 2. We gathered Ethan and sprinted for the car, leaving behind our coats, our wallets, the $30 roast thawing for Sunday. At dawn, we drove back for essentials. Scattered across Ethan's bedroom floor lay his alphabet blocks, arranged to spell leave. My chest collapsed inward. We obeyed. We never slept another night there. Our lease penalty was 1 month's rent, a cheap price for breathing without fear. Once again, Alexandria's parents set up spare beds and rolled their eyes at the protest we barely mounted. Months passed. Ethan started kindergarten. We painted dinosaur pictures together. Alexandria's bruises faded. My shoulder healed into a faint line. Yet guilt gnawed. How long could we live on family charity? Each evening after Ethan fell asleep, we researched condos, considered merging households with friends, even weighed leaving town entirely. Yet every time we toured a promising place, Alexandria's fingertips tingled as if unseen currents flowed beneath drywall. We declined applications. Her parents suggested prayer. We were not especially religious, but desperation humbles. The next time rigid fingers wrapped Alexandria's calves in our borrowed room, she recited Psalm 23. I heard no words, only an inhuman scream, a roar so loud it rattled picture frames. My ears rang as if struck by cymbals. Ethan sobbed in the doorway, palms over his ears. We wrapped him in arms, his eyes wet, too young to comprehend. Alexandria's father rushed upstairs brandishing a battered Bible, gray hair sticking in every direction. As he entered, the air thickened with rot, hot garbage left in August sun. He prayed anyway, voice calm but stern. The smell vanished. The night fell silent. The next attack came 2 weeks later, again in that room, again ending with our whispered petitions and its echoing wail. We prayed each assault back into hiding, but never destroyed it. It stalked our sleep like a wolf pacing forest edge, circling, testing fences. Ethan began to mention a cold man who watched from the closet. We hung quilts over the doors, left lights glowing. Ida, the elderly beagle Alexandria's parents owned, refused to cross the upstairs landing after dusk. Years passed in uneasy stalemate. Ethan grew into a curious boy who loved cardboard castles and paper rockets. We shielded him from the worst, but I know he sensed tension clenched in adult shoulders. Whenever knocks sounded at 3:17 a.m., we drowned them with lullabies. I added deadbolts that clicked by themselves in the next breath. We kept suitcases packed, just in case, but never again risked moving. We feared inviting terror into fresh walls belonging to innocent neighbors. Now Ethan approaches his 7th birthday. He remembers none of the early bruises, only hazy fragments of the cold man that we dismiss as childhood dreams. Alexandria teaches art classes twice a week. I repair bicycles and tutor math. We save money but dare not imagine another house, not until we learn how to sever whatever binds this entity to us. Some nights I lie awake and catalog failures. The antique home where we first felt fingers at our throats, the rentals abandoned like husks, the apartment blocks we fled. My rational mind drafts explanations, mold hallucinations, collective stress. Then the mattress dips beside me though Alexandria sleeps on my other side, and a wet whisper curls beneath the ceiling fan. We murmur a prayer until the air splits with that same howl. Raw, furious, refusing to fade. I would give anything for a normal life. Yet in daylight, Ethan laughs. Alexandria paints sunflowers, and Ida snores on the rug. The demon, ghost, or whatever malevolent force stalks us does not touch those bright hours. Perhaps daylight belongs to love, and darkness to something older than language. We endure between the two, repeating vows first spoken under maple leaves, to have and to hold in sickness and in health, in terror and in peace, until death do us part, or until we finally learn how to cast the shadows out for good. It always surprises me how clearly I remember the shape of the valley where I grew up, even though so many years have passed and the countryside has changed with every new road project and each fresh layer of asphalt on farm-to-market lanes. From a distance, that corner of southeastern Norway seems gentle, rolling green, threaded by narrow rivers that flash silver in spring sun and freeze into dull gray ribbons under the winter moon. But anyone who has spent time wandering those woods knows they hold pockets of deep, stubborn darkness. I was 16 the first time I began to sense that something else was moving through those forests. Something that wore our shadows like borrowed coats, that slipped from one skin to the next as an easy game. I lived in a tidy yellow house at the edge of the village. My friend F, Just F because friends rarely use full names. Lived 2 streets away in a red wooden one-story with a sagging shed. Both buildings tucked against the same pine forest that spread for kilometers until it hit the gray stone of the next mountain ridge. We had grown up together, using every spare hour to explore, building forts, and telling ghost stories we picked up from older cousins. Most kids I knew eventually traded mysteries for sports, small jobs, or the glow of online games. F and I never really did. We were convinced there was still something out there, just beyond the boundary of ordinary sight. If we pedaled our bikes down the gravel track one more curve, if we stepped off the marked paths one more meter, we might catch it, whatever it was. At the start of the story I'm about to share, the calendar said early February, but the forest still wore the deep, blue-white coat of midwinter. The snow had settled into thick drifts that held a boot print for days. Sunlight lasted only a sliver past 4 in the afternoon before shadows took over. I had finished homework and was waiting at the kitchen window for F to appear. Soon I spotted him half walking, half sliding along the packed snow of our driveway, a saw sticking out of the backpack he carried. We were going to build a hideout, we decided, a shelter only we could find, hidden among 3 stout spruce trunks that rose from a slight rise not far from the main logging track. We thought of it as a clubhouse, a watchtower, and, if we were lucky, a front row seat to the unknown. By the time we reached the site, the sun was a pale coin close to the horizon. We worked quickly, more from excitement than cold. Stripped lower branches with the saw, wedged poles between trees, braided thinner sticks to form a rough lattice. Then we patted snow and fallen needles to make a kind of bench. After a couple of hours, we leaned back and admired our work. Nothing special if an adult had seen it, but to us it looked like an expedition base from a movie. While we rested, F craned his head, scanning the snow around us, and nudged me with one boot. "Look there," he said. "Tell me that's not strange." A single line of tracks wandered into our clearing and curved out the other side. At first glance, they resembled the prints of a dog. 4-toed oval pressed deep from a heavy animal. But something was wrong with the shape. Each print was too long, the palm pad oddly stretched, the toe marks egg-shaped rather than round. More unsettling, each track was a little smaller than the one before it, as if the creature that left them were shrinking step by step. We followed the line 5 meters until the prints became no larger than my fist. And then, without warning, the shape changed completely. 2 slim V's poked into the snow, 3 spiky toes pointing forward, claw marks gouging the crust. Bird prints, only there were no wing marks, no scattered feathers, and the stride length remained that of a larger creature. We stood silent, breath fogging in the dimming air. Maybe a fox chased a raven? I suggested, though the words sounded thin even to me. F shook his head. Why would a fox's paw prints get smaller as it ran? And why no sign of the fox changing direction? It's like one thing became another thing. I kicked at a nearby drift just to hear the familiar crunch of snow. Let's remember where the line ends. We might track it tomorrow, see if there are more clues. F agreed, but his eyes did not leave the point where the prints vanished beneath a blueberry shrub. A quick gust rattled the dry leaves overhead, dropping powder onto our shoulders. We both laughed, nervous laughter, because laughter is easier than asking, what if something impossible just walked by? After storing the saw and rope behind a camouflage of branches, we trekked back to my place, planning to return the next day with his father's camera. But night came first, and with it a new chapter in our running game with the unknown. The next weekend I visited F's house for the first time since the tracks. We had barely hung up coats when he waved me toward the kitchen doorway. "Grab the leash," he said. His family owned a Norwegian Lundhund named Balder, a rare breed, compact, fox-like, famous for climbing cliffs and twisting its body into angles no normal dog would attempt. Balder almost never barked and greeted strangers with bored indifference. He was, we joked, braver than most people we knew. We decided on a long evening walk. The date happened to be September 11th, an anniversary that felt distant to 2 rural teenagers but still carried an aura of weight. Perhaps that is why we chose the road locals called Huldra Way, a narrow lane lined by abandoned cottages that faced a dense wall of evergreens. During spring, this route smelled of sap and earth. In late summer, Fog pooled between houses, and in autumn, leaves carpeted the pavement in shades of rust. In winter, when this night took place, only skeletal birch trunks and black windows stared back at passers-by. Perfect for a spooky stroll. We set off around 8, sky already darkness inked with faint starlight. Only a distant porch lamp behind us and the dull glow of F's phone guided our steps. Balder trotted ahead on the retractable leash, sniffing gutters, leaving crisscrossing lines in the powdered snow. 15 minutes in, we turned off the asphalt and cut through an older section where houses stood wider apart, yards half consumed by thickets. Wind barely stirred. A peculiar hush fell, the kind that makes you acutely aware of your own heartbeat. Crickets had died away weeks earlier, but even the usual winter sounds, far-off plows on the main road, the bark of a neighbor's farm dog, were absent tonight. We pressed deeper, trading whispers about what might lurk just beyond the edge of phone light. The hush thickened until it felt like cotton stuffed in our ears. Then, from somewhere in the timber, a scream knifed through the stillness. Not the drawn-out yowl of a fox or the abrupt squeal of a hare broken by an owl's talons. This cry was unmistakably human, raw with panic, abruptly cut short as if a hand had clamped down over the mouth. Every instinct told us to run. We collided and sprinted for the main road, Balder at our heels. Breath blasted white streams past our cheeks. Only when we reached streetlights did we slow. F bent, hands on knees, struggling to breathe. Balder's hackles trembled in the sodium-yellow glow. I glanced back at the corridor of black trees we'd escaped. Nothing moved, yet an afterimage of that cry clung inside my skull. Back inside his house, we pretended a movie on TV could erase what we heard. But curiosity is louder than caution, especially for boys our age. Half an hour later, F clipped Balder's leash and announced we'd circle the neighborhood. Just a normal nightly walk, we told ourselves, though we both steered our route straight toward the same abandoned cottages. We paced the middle of the empty road, one side lined by dark structures, peeling paint, sagging eaves, and the other by towering conifers whose trunks disappeared into deep drifts. A single breeze set a loose panel on a flagpole, tapping a metal beat, bridging each hesitant step. We reached what felt like the halfway mark, judging by a rust-coated mailbox with dented numbers. Nothing unusual. No lights, no shapes, not even fresh prints across the pure snow. We shrugged and turned back. For several minutes, the world remained uneventful. Then F stiffened. I heard leash rings jingle as Balder halted. F's voice came out a notch above a whisper, but a decibel below terror. Run. No question, no second glance. Sometimes command bypasses the rational mind and plugs straight into the spine. I shot forward, legs pumping, arms swinging. Balder shot ahead, rarely needing encouragement. The road seemed to elongate, each cottage blurring past. Snow crunched, my breath rasped, but above all I heard something heavier gaining behind. Thuds that vibrated through the soles of my boots, a chuffing breath too deep for human lungs. Only after we cut a sharp left onto a better-lit street did we slow, gasps tearing at frosted air. I spun to face the lane we'd left. Nothing. Darkness swallowed the cottages, hiding whatever pursued us. Balder whined, pawed the snow, and in that moment, blood dripped bright on the white. Not from a paw, from behind him. F stammered out words. The dog's hindquarters were smeared with streaks that led beneath his tail. Blood. We hurried to wipe him. The bleeding slowed but did not stop. A chill rolled down my arms. Healthy dogs do not bleed like that. Was it fear? Injury? Something else? Inside F's kitchen, we cleaned Balder with a damp cloth while F described what he'd seen at the moment he told us to run. Under a lone flicker of porch light, he spotted a figure step from behind the largest spruce. It stood upright but wrong. Shoulders too narrow and arms too long. Fingers maybe tipped with claws. Skin looked grayish, stretched tight across knobby joints. No hair. The face held empty pits where a nose should be, and its mouth yawned round and huge, packed with countless pointed teeth. Too many teeth. He said its eyes seemed black holes until his phone's beam reflected an eerie shine. I asked if it could have been a trick of the light, shadow, and snow sculpting illusions. F shook his head hard. It moved. Colonel, it moved on those knees like they bent backward. We spent the remainder of the night in the living room, lights blazing. Balder lay on a blanket, having finally stopped bleeding. At dawn, F's mother phoned the veterinarian. She described the bleeding as maybe related to stress or an anal gland rupture. But deep down, we believed environment alone couldn't cause that sudden hemorrhage. Days passed with no further incident until one foggy afternoon I volunteered to walk Balder so F could finish homework. I followed the same route, but before hitting the haunted lane I felt silly, telling myself we'd overreacted. I clipped Balder's leash shorter just in case. Snow had melted into patches, leaving glassy ice. Visibility sat low, gray haze swirling between trunks. Yet I convinced myself it was good to push fears aside. 500 meters in, Balder froze. First stood, lips peeled soundlessly. Ahead, where cottages began, I glimpsed a pale blur skim across the road. Like moonlit cloth caught by wind, it vanished behind a shed. I sniffed cold air mixing with faint odor, damp hay and something faintly metallic. My pulse hammered. I tugged Balder. He resisted. The blur reappeared, this time sliding from one tree to the next, white against dark bark. It moved crouched, arms dangling, knees folded to the side like an infant's crawl, except the body was man-sized. I pivoted, heels scraping icy gravel, and half-dragged, half-carried Balder back the way we came. The dog's nails clicked frantic rhythms. I didn't look back until we reached a curve where houses reappeared. Nothing followed. I told F, and he only nodded, eyes older than his age. He whispered, "It's still out there." We gave our vision a name, the Nightcrawler. Not original, maybe others on the internet call similar beings by that label, but words help trap fear inside manageable cages. Winter dissolved, replaced by budding leaves, then endless Nordic daylight. My senses relaxed. Then, in mid-June, F's parents drove us and F's older sister to a cinema 20 kilometers away. We took a back road that skirted the forest. Music filled the car. Rain freckles peppered the windshield. We rounded a bend, and a white form erupted from the ditch. An all-white deer, antlers ghostly above its head, eyes black buttons. It bounded across the asphalt, hoofs clacking. Brakes screeched. Seat belts snapped. The deer vanished into the opposite ditch. Only later, catching our breaths, did F and I exchange a loaded glance. How many albino deer roam these parts? Could the night crawler slip between shapes, bird, cat, deer, skeletal humanoid? Our minds drew swift lines connecting prints shrinking from bear size to bird, connecting the scream, the chase, the pale blur behind cottages. Skeptics might call each event coincidence. Bird prints overlapping with dog tracks. Fox shrieks misheard as human. An albino deer startled by headlights. And Balder's bleeding? Bad luck. The rational part of me tries to accept those simpler answers. But when wind rattles siding on my apartment in the city, when snow hushes the world and tree shadows reach across roads, I sometimes imagine a thin white figure trotting from trunk to trunk, testing new disguises. A stray cat with raw wounds, a deer leaping between headlights, maybe next a barn owl perched silent above my balcony. I have not walked Huldra Way after sunset in many years. When I visit the village, I keep to main routes washed in streetlight. F moved north for university. We message occasionally. When talk drifts to childhood, we always stop short of that winter. Our memories feel private, reluctant to be poked by disbelief. But late at night, phone glow on my face, I catch myself scrolling news for odd wildlife sightings near my hometown. Albino moose, barefoot prints beside avian tracks, reports of unearthly cries. There is never anything conclusive. Perhaps that is the night crawler's greatest trick. Leaving just enough evidence to haunt, never enough to prove. I am going to tell you the whole night exactly as I remember it, carefully and in order. Because whenever I have tried to explain the story too quickly, people assume I am exaggerating or blending my nightmares with real life. I want you to hear it the way it happened, step by slow step, from the easy beginning to the frantic sprint through the dark, so you can understand why the memory still crawls inside my spine more than a decade later. When I think about that Saturday in 2012, I can still taste winter air in the back of my throat, still feel gravel sliding under my shoes, still picture the dim glow of a phone flashlight trembling on skeletal trees, and, most of all, still hear that rasping breath, wet and eager, drifting from somewhere I could not quite see. I was 17. My hometown, tucked among low ridges in Pennsylvania, never made the news unless a deer wandered onto Main Street or a coach retired from the high school football team. We had one bank, one hardware store, 2 churches, a pizza place that served breakfast if you came early enough, and a single police cruiser driven by an officer everyone called Chief, even though he was technically just a sergeant hired out of retirement. There was a curfew, but teenagers treated it the way country dogs treat a picket fence. Something to duck under if nobody is looking. Once daylight dropped, the place turned to silver and black, porch lights flickering above frosted lawns, the higher slopes of the surrounding mountain folding over the streets like a dark lid. For kids who wanted to stay invisible after 10 p.m., the safest route was always the Rails to Trails path. Rails to Trails is exactly what the name suggests. An old freight train line that was stripped of ties and rails decades ago, then covered with cinders and pea gravel so hikers and cyclists could trace the curve of the mountain without bushwhacking. It loops around in a huge, loose horseshoe, starting near the abandoned brickyard on the western edge of town, skirting the creek, diving briefly under a highway bridge, and finally re-emerging beside the patchy ball field on the northeast side. If you follow every bend, you can cross from our town to the next one in 7 or 8 hours on foot. During the day, the trail is safe and almost pleasant, full of chickadees and chipmunks and the occasional dog walker. After sunset, it turns completely black because there are no lamps, no cabins, nothing. Most adults tell you not to step onto that gravel at night unless you want to roll an ankle or wander into the river by mistake. Teenagers, being teenage, learn there are plenty of half-hidden hollows only a few yards from the main path where a group can build a small fire, toast convenience store marshmallows, and argue about band rankings without being found by the chief. I spent that Saturday in my bedroom gaming, half listening to music, half ignoring homework, until nearly 9:30. Then Tony messaged our group chat, complaining he was bored and needed air. Tony and I had grown up 2 streets apart. He was the kind of friend who seems permanently plugged into a soundtrack. Earbuds in almost all the time, shoulders bobbing to whatever he chose that hour. Classic metal, old school rap, or when he felt melancholic, slow acoustic guitars nobody else recognized. He also had the most reckless disregard for curfew laws I have ever witnessed. Jeremy, the 3rd member of our trio, lived with his grandmother in a duplex near the Catholic church. Jeremy was tall, jittery, a detail spotter. He noticed broken streetlights, remembered the exact tint of every older cousin's pickup truck, and never stepped on a sidewalk crack unless forced. If Tony supplied soundtrack and momentum, Jeremy supplied caution and commentary. I supplied, according to them, dumb bravery, though I think it was more a mix of restlessness and pretending to be braver than I felt. Tony suggested a loop. Leave his porch, cut across the little bridge that spans the creek behind the brickyard, drop onto Rails to Trails for a mile or so, slide into the clearing we jokingly called headquarters, watch the moon linger over the frozen water, then circle back sometime after midnight. The plan sounded harmless. I grabbed my phone, pocketed a folding pocket knife my father had given me the previous Christmas. 3-inch blade, thumb stud, harmless enough under Pennsylvania law, and met both boys near Tony's fence. Breath fogged around our faces. The sky was clear enough to expose more stars than the streetlights usually allow, and the air smelled like wood smoke wafting from chimneys across town. We kept to side roads until we reached the brickyard. The brickyard, once the largest employer in the county, had been closed since before we were born. Its kiln stacks leaned like tired sentries, red stone walls crumbling at the corners, graffiti building layer upon layer by generations of seniors with spray paint and too many unmonitored weekends. We scrambled down the embankment behind the property and stepped onto the narrow service bridge, a simple span just wide enough for a maintenance truck back when freight still ran, now missing 2 guardrails and half its crossplanks. The current below flashed silver. As soon as we touched gravel on the far side, we were technically beyond town limits. We walked in staggered formation. Jeremy a few yards ahead, scanning with his flashlight. Me in the middle, phone torch on low, one hand on the backpack strap. Tony trailing, earbuds dangling and head occasionally tipping to the sky as though tasting the night. Gravel shifted under our soles with that crisp crunch only frosty nights can produce. The mountain to our left blocked most ambient light, so we relied on narrow beams to pick shapes from darkness. Saplings, vine loops, rotted stumps. Nothing felt spooky then, just ordinary cold weather woods. When we reached headquarters, we found it empty. No leftover ashes, no footprints, no sign any other group had used it since early autumn. The clearing is maybe 15 feet in diameter, carved between two boulders and a half-circle of young pines, invisible from the main trail unless you know exactly where to duck under a fallen limb. We sat on the log benches previous classes had dragged there, talked about band tryouts and math homework and the rumor that our social studies teacher was leaving after spring break. 10 minutes stretched to 20. I remember the moon sliding behind a wispy stripe of cloud and feeling my hoodie draw heat from skin. Soon Jeremy suggested exploring farther along the trail. Maybe someone else had built a new hang out deeper in. He had spotted, on our walk out, what looked like a fresh break in undergrowth on the right side of the path, farther than we usually ventured. Tony shrugged, volume still up in one ear. I said sure. So we flicked off the little campfire before it truly caught and walked back to the main line. Jeremy stopped where he believed he'd seen the narrow track. Flashlight beams played over brush until they found a subtle parting between berry canes. A thin channel of flattened leaves wound into thicker trees, as though someone had hauled firewood repeatedly, mashing a rough footpath. We exchanged conspiratorial looks. No one said aloud that punching deeper into black forest after 10 p.m. was foolish. The unsaid agreement is what nudged us forward. Jeremy led, careful to keep branches from whipping into our faces. Tony followed, earbuds still delivering rhythm into his skull. I stayed center, phone light bouncing. The path bent often, preventing us from seeing more than a dozen yards ahead. After maybe 5 minutes, we noticed the ordinary forest soundtrack had muted. No jays, no owls, not even the distant bark of a stray dog. Snow patches glimmered where our lights skimmed ground, but the silence felt heavier than snow absorbs. I began glancing over my shoulder more frequently, told myself I was just checking our route in case we needed to backtrack. That is when we found the first rabbit. The body lay on its side, a soft mass of fur torn wide. The gap in its back revealed ribs like curved ivory and wet hollowness where organs should be. No blood pooled on leaves. Somehow the kill seemed almost clinical, dissection clean except for a ragged outline near spine. Jeremy hissed under his breath. Tony tugged one earbud free, leaned closer, muttered a curse. The kill looked fresh. No rigor, barely any scavenger activity. Mountain lion, I said, or maybe a big bobcat. We knew, even though older locals insisted no cougars lived in our state, that sightings do happen. Jeremy frowned at the neatly broken ribs as if doubting a cat's jaw alignment. We stepped past the remains and resumed. Conversation died. My phone battery ticked down, but I kept the light high. The path continued farther than seemed reasonable for a hurried teenage construction. Whoever made it must have visited repeatedly. Minutes stretched. Branches grabbed sleeves. Our breath puffed white. Every so often one of us thought we heard a faint snap behind us, looked back, saw nothing but our 3 footprints in a long line. Tony resumed music, volume lower now, only in one ear. Then came the first clear, deliberate snap, a branch breaking under weight behind Jeremy. He halted. I halted. Tony kept walking 3 paces before noticing. Jeremy whispered my name. I whispered Tony's name louder. He yanked an earbud out, annoyed. Said what? Jeremy's beam and mine shot into undergrowth. No eye shine, no silhouette. Only hush so thick we could almost hear blood inside our own ears. Jeremy breathed. Something is circling. We listened again. Leaves rustled 20 feet to our left. Then another rustle mirrored at equal distance to our right. Felt like triangulation. Before we spoke plan or fear, Jeremy gasped and pointed his light ahead. Between 2 trunks the path seemed to continue, yet nothing moved except our own panic. Instinct snapped. I barked run. Jeremy bolted. I followed. Tony, earbuds clutched in one fist, pounded after. What chased us I cannot say. I heard thuds of weight behind, heard branches crack at shoulder height, felt the ground quake with something heavier than deer yet more agile. I did not see the creature then, only sensed pursuit. We burst from the brush onto the broad gravel of rails to trails. Headlights of the moon picked specks off crushed stone. No more rustles, only our panting. Jeremy scanned Treeline. Nothing. Tony muttered about nearly puking. We decided enough adventure. Time to head home. Follow the original trail back toward town. The path felt suddenly narrower, shadows deeper. My palms sweated around phone despite the cold. Halfway to the Brickyard Bridge, we realized my phone had fallen. My beam no longer steady in my hand. Panic stabbed. That device was almost new and my parents would ground me eternity if lost. I cursed, told the guys I must retrieve it. Tony declared he was done exploring. He would wait where path met paved street. Jeremy hesitated but saw terror on my face. My mother, while angry, outranked whatever haunted woods. He agreed to help. We handed Tony a flashlight so he could keep watch by the bridge. Jeremy gripped my folding knife, awkward in his trembling fingers. I proclaimed, with bravado that sounded ridiculous even to me, that I had fists and a boxer's stance. Together we crossed back into the unofficial track. Fear sharpened senses. Almost immediately we heard breathing. Not the heave of a man out of shape, not the pant of a dog, but something rasping, jubilant, moist, like inhalation whistling through broken reeds. It issued first from right, then from left, never staying long, always just beyond flashlight range. We saw no eyes reflect, yet the sound felt tall, as though source loomed above our heads. I whispered, keep going, hurried steps, heart battering against ribs. Jeremy's beam flicked off low branches thinned by winter. Then my phone appeared ahead, tiny rectangle glowing face up, solitary flashlight still on, thrown maybe 20 yards from clearing. The sight felt like relief and dread. The phone's beam pointed upward, illuminating not just twigs but a pair of legs. For half a second I could not comprehend the pale shapes, skin tinted bluish-gray in LED glow. They were not wearing pants. They were not human, or rather, they were shaped like human legs extended too long. Sinew stretched over bone, hairless, ending in feet that seemed almost hooved. Above those thighs, sinews led to a torso that bent low, maybe crouching the way tall men duck under doorframes. I froze, mind blank. Jeremy saw it next. He whispered an oath and stepped back. The creature above my phone straightened. Its full height towered at least 6.5 feet, maybe closer to 7, thin as starving athlete but shoulders knotted, arms so long claws brushed knee. Branch-like protrusions emerged from shoulder blades, but I could not tell whether they were antlers grown from flesh or limbs of trees pierced through skin. The head had dark pits where eyes should be, yet glimmer sparked inside like coal glimpsed beneath ash. The mouth. There was no lip shape, just ragged rows of jagged teeth pointed like broken glass, some protruding outward at odd angles as if hammered in wrong. Its complexion resembled fungus, mottled whites and grays, stretched thin over a frame not quite matching human anatomy. But worst was the breathing. Now excitement, each inhale quick and wet, each exhale a churning cluck, as though tasting anticipation. That was when Jeremy yelled nonsense, maybe my name, and darted backward into brush. I remained for an instant, brain trying to compute options. The monster leaned forward, inhaled a rattling gasp, and parted its jaws in a grin far wider than any jaw hinge should allow. Survival overtook thought. I snatched a fallen branch thick, maybe 2 inches diameter, brittle with winter dryness, and swung like a batter protecting home plate. Wood connected with the creature's face with a dull smack. The impact vibrated painfully through my wrists. The monster staggered sideways, a gurgle escaping, more surprised than wounded, yet the motion gave me space. I scooped my phone, dropped the branch, pivoted, and ran. I had sprinted maybe 30 yards before hearing the unnatural gait behind. For limbs hitting ground, then leaping, then claws scraping bark as it bounded parallel through trees. Its howl shattered silence. Partly elk bugle, partly a man's final death rattle, entirely nightmare. Horror lent speed. I tore through brush, thorns slicing arms, breath blasting. The creature gained. I felt vibrations when it landed behind. I smelled copper and decay. Just when my lungs nearly burst, gravel appeared under feet. The main trail again. I slid, ankle screaming, but regained balance and shot forward. The thing howled once more yet did not cross out of trees. Perhaps the open moonlight deterred it, or perhaps Tony's light ahead startled it, or maybe it simply enjoyed boundaries. I reached Tony at the brickyard, slammed into him, words tumbling. "Where's Jeremy? Where's Monster? Run." Jeremy appeared seconds later, face white, breathing gulps like he'd drowned twice. Together we rushed across the bridge, up the embankment, into the weak comfort of street lamps. Only then did we slow. Tony, who had seen nothing beyond our panic, demanded explanation. We told him pieces, competing, correcting. He kept repeating, "You ditched me for that?" We barely heard him over our pulse. Yet one detail erupted new fear. In my flight, I had not noticed dropping earbuds, but Jeremy had let go of the pocket knife. It was the only gift Father ever gave him. He almost cried. We contemplated returning again, but sanity vetoed. Instead, we walked home under squeaking sodium lamps, each of us glancing whenever leaves rustled. At my parents' porch, Tony declared he would crash on our couch. Jeremy accepted floor. None of us slept. Every vehicle passing sounded like claws on asphalt. Morning brought cautious bravery. Sunlight rendered last night's forest into ordinary leafless stands with chickadees chirping overhead. We carried Tony's father's .22 rifle unloaded for show, as if a prop could intimidate memory. We reached the spot where the unofficial track should start, but the undergrowth appeared unbroken. No opening, no footprints, no flattened leaves. We searched for 20 minutes, repeatedly circling the area until disoriented. We found neither clearing nor path. The forest floor looked as though no one, human or otherwise, had tread there for months. We did, however, find one sign. Beneath the bridge, half submerged in the creek, floated a rabbit's front half, fur-matted, hindquarters torn away. Lodged in the chest fur were slivers of broken teeth, jagged and yellowish, too long for fox, too ragged for bobcat, eerily similar in shape to the monster's shattered grin. Jeremy gagged. I stared. Tony slipped earbuds back in and refused to look. That discovery severed exploration. We left woods, told no parents, no teachers, no chief. Months passed. We graduated. I moved for trade school. Tony enlisted. Jeremy found work states away. We stopped calling. Life scattered. Last year, I returned to my hometown with my wife and our 2 small children for Christmas. The mountain looked smaller. The brickyard looked sadder, sagging further. One midnight, nostalgia or maybe unresolved terror pulled me from bed. I dressed quietly, grabbed my 2 pistols, one on hip, one in jacket, and walked alone to rails to trails. Air smelled again like wood smoke. The bridge creaked under boots. Beyond, forest loomed exactly as before. I did not attempt to find the hidden track. Instead, I paused on gravel, listened. For minutes, nothing but winter breeze. Then, unmistakable, a wet, excited inhalation, like someone too eager to hide satisfaction. It did not emerge. It did not approach, but it breathed, letting me know it recognized the interloper. I felt the old branch hit, remembered the shock reverberating through bones. I backed away slowly, hand on pistol, though doubting bullets mattered. When I reached the street lamp at edge of town, the breathing faded and the night felt ordinary again. I do not know what chooses those woods for hunting. I do not know if the path really disappeared or if whatever intelligence shapes the forest hides entry from daylight eyes. I know only that something tall, pale, and hungry lives there, something that plays with food, something that enjoys fear. It marked me once, and after 13 years it recognized me again. Perhaps it allows distance because the chase is sweeter than the catch. Perhaps firearms would alter nothing. I keep my family far from that trail. When friends visiting central Pennsylvania ask for scenic hikes, I direct them to paved county park loops. I pretend I have no memory of rabbit corpses arranged as warnings. And at night, when wind through branches starts to sound like raspy glee, I close curtains and tell myself the creature is still content among those hills, waiting for some other kids to break curfew, Kids with earbuds and bravado and no idea what listens in the dark. I had only been living on my own a few months when Nintendo rolled out its very first wave of amiibo figures for the Wii U. If you're any sort of Nintendo fan, you'll remember the hype. Each little plastic statue stored data, unlocked costumes, leveled up characters. Scalpers were already circling. I was determined to get one on launch day, and I was lucky, I thought then, that a lonely old GameStop clung to the shoulder of Highway 32 in the foothills above Chico, California, 10 minutes from the cabin I rented. The building looked forgotten by time. Weather-beaten boards, paint peeled to gray, windows filmed with dust. The wooden ramp groaned under my weight, and a rusted bell jangled when I pushed through the door. Inside smelled of attic heat and cardboard. Fluorescence flickered overhead. Game cases lined sagging shelves, most sun-bleached. I half-expected spiderwebs between the Wii boxes. A single employee stood behind the counter. Tall, painfully skinny, skin so pale it bordered on translucent. Purple crescents framed red-rimmed eyes. His name tag read Clive in fading marker. He watched me with a look halfway between boredom and foreboding, as though he knew something I didn't. Against the back wall, fastened to peg hooks, hung dozens of amiibo. Tiny Mario's doing fist pumps, Link's mid-spin attack, Peach's curtsying. But only one Bowser figure remained, and Bowser was the one I wanted. The Koopa King, scales sculpted in vivid detail, shell bristling with spikes. I lifted the blister pack. At first glance, nothing seemed off, but then I noticed his eyes. Every other Bowser printed on the box art had cheerful white sclera and mischievous green pupils. This plastic Bowser's eyes were crimson, bright arterial red, with deep black pinprick pupils. Manufacturing defect, I figured. No big deal. My gaze drifted to the other figures flanking him on the pegs. Their painted faces, Luigi, Link, Samus, looked different somehow. The smiles less playful. The brows knotted in something like fear. It was probably my imagination, a trick of that stuttering fluorescent light. I flipped the blister pack over to read the specs. Someone had slipped an extra line of text onto the otherwise standard legal fine print. 5 tiny words in white block capitals stamped beside Bowser's spike-line tail. He will make you one of us. I smiled at Nintendo's sense of humor, Easter eggs, marketing folks having fun. Whatever, I still wanted it. Clive rang me up. As the register drawer popped open, he hesitated. You sure you want that one? His voice was low, raspy, sleep-starved. It's Bowser, I said, laughing. King of Koopa. Clive's gaze flicked to the front window, then to the woods across the highway. Just be careful. He slid the bag across the counter. Back home, I tore open the package, set Bowser on the coffee table, and popped Super Smash Bros. U into the Wii U. Bowser sat there, squat and cocky, crimson eyes glinting in lamplight. My mountain place was dead quiet. No neighbors, only wind in pines and the occasional coyote yip. When the game prompted me to scan an amiibo, I grabbed Bowser. His shell spikes were sharper than I'd expected. One nicked the pad of my finger. A bead of blood formed immediately. Nothing dramatic, just enough to sting. I tapped Bowser on the gamepad's NFC reader. A rushing noise played through the Wii U's speakers, deeper than the usual chime, almost a growl. Blood still welled from the cut. I shrugged, headed to the kitchen sink, ran water over the slice, wrapped it in a Band-Aid. From the living room, I heard Bowser's distinctive in-game laugh. BW ha ha ha, but longer, lower, dragging out in a throaty rumble until it didn't sound like a Nintendo clip at all. I stepped back into the living room. The Smash Bros. Title screen had vanished. Instead, the TV showed Bowser's model rotating slowly against pure black. His red eyes on the figure and on the screen seemed to track me. Eerie, but probably some idle animation, right? Then came a knock at the door. 3 deliberate taps, knuckle to wood. It was 8 p.m. No one I knew came this far into the hills unannounced. I paused the game, went to the door, peeked through the sidelight. No one. Only porch shadows and pine trunks swaying. When I turned back, the game had unpaused itself. Bowser's on-screen face filled the frame, grinning so wide his fangs scraped the edges. A low hiss emanated from the speakers, like a distant crowd chanting. I hit power, shutting TV and console down. Enough for tonight. The amiibo sat exactly where I'd left it, staring. I decided I was over-caffeinated, hauled myself to bed. In the middle of the night, something struck my bedroom door. A dull thump, then another, then rapid pounding like fists or maybe plastic. My heart jolted awake. Clock read 2:47 a.m., the same hour I'd sliced my finger. I shouted, "Who's there?" No answer, only more pounding. I grabbed my phone, thumbed the flashlight, crossed the dark floor. As I touched the knob, the pounding stopped. Utter silence. I opened the door. Empty hall, shadows stretching toward the living room. I edged forward. Halfway down the hall, I smelled melted plastic. Sweet, chemical, faintly sulfuric. The Wii U was on again, though I had yanked the power strip. TV 2, blue screen showing static. Bowser's amiibo nowhere in sight. Then something clattered by my foot. Two small plastic shapes skittering across hardwood. I flicked the phone beam down. A Mario amiibo snapped off its base at the ankles. Peach also broken. Their faces appeared smeared, eyes wide with painted terror. What the hell? From the dark kitchen came Bowser's laugh, deep and organic, nothing like the chirpy sample. I raised the phone light. On the countertop was the Bowser amiibo, but not as before. Its pose had changed. One claw extended, finger curling as if beckoning. The red eyes shimmered wetly, almost liquid, and the grin had widened beyond the sculpt's mold lines. Hairline cracks radiated from the mouth, plastic stretched into a cruel sneer. A cold wind rushed through the house, though windows were shut. Papers lifted from the coffee table, whirling in a tiny cyclone. Beneath the wind rose a whisper. Many whispers, layered, chanting the phrase that had been stamped on the box. "He will make you one of us." My phone dimmed to black, battery dead though it had been full. The house lights popped, every bulb at once, plunging the living room into darkness, save for a faint glow seeping out of Bowser's eyes and mouth, like dying coals. Instinct overrode thought. I grabbed the amiibo, meaning to pitch it into the fireplace, but the moment my palms closed around the figure, heat seared my flesh. I dropped it with a yelp. The plastic left no burn marks, yet my skin throbbed. Bowser clattered to the floor, rolled upright, resumed that impossible beckon. Enough! I seized the figure with a dish towel, stormed outside, and flung it off the porch. It clanged onto gravel, rolled to rest under pine needles. The wind ceased. House lights flickered alive. No more whispers, only the distant rustle of night creatures. Back inside, I gathered the broken Mario and Peach pieces, shoved them in a drawer. By 4 a.m., I convinced myself I'd suffered a half-lucid nightmare and must have shattered the spare figures myself while sleepwalking. I crawled under covers, left a lamp on, drifted into uneasy dreams full of pixelated fire. Morning brought bright sun, empty lane, birds chirping. Maybe I had lost my mind for a night, but peace never lasts. At noon, my sister Lacey texted, "Road trip to see my new place. 2 kids in tow, ETA 1 hour. Great. Company would ground me." They arrived in a flurry. Lacey lugging a laundry bag, Madison clutching a stuffed Yoshi, Jacob begging to visit the cool mountain GameStop because he'd saved birthday money for amiibo. I pasted on a smile, shoved the drawer containing broken pieces further shut, and told them I'd drive. When we pulled up to that GameStop, the transformation floored me. Overnight, the dingy shack had become a pristine retail store. Bright signage, spotless windows, new asphalt striping the lot. Posters for upcoming games plastered fresh paint. Inside, the floor was carpeted, shelves orderly, fluorescent bulbs steady and daylight bright. Customers browsed in cheerful clusters. Behind the counter stood Clive, but he was changed too. Color in his cheeks, hair combed, shirt crisp. He greeted me like an old friend. "What happened in here?" I asked. "Booming business," he replied, voice now smooth, carefully neutral. He added quietly, "Ever since you took Bowser home, guess he attracts crowds." Jacob selected Mario and Peach amiibo, the very pair I'd destroyed. Their painted faces appeared joyful, normal. When Clive rang them up, he leaned in, whisper thin, "Be careful. The king likes new subjects." Gooseflesh prickled my arms. Back at the cabin, Jacob unboxed his amiibo and raced to the living room. Madison followed. Lacey retreated with her laundry. While the kids set up, I scanned the porch for that cursed Bowser. Pine needles swirled in a breeze. The figure was gone. No scorch mark, no imprint. Only a faint footprint in dust shaped like a three-toed claw. Inside, Jacob called me to restart Smash so he could scan his new toys. I watched the NFC reader glow beneath the Mario figure, and I felt the house shudder. A low tremor, like something exhaling beneath the foundation. I was about to chalk it up to my nerves when the Wii U's menu screen fritzed, pixelating into garbled code. The amiibo icons warped. Mario's smile dragged downward. Peach's eyes hollowed. The Bowser selection tile blinked although no Bowser was present. Behind the children, near the hallway, a silhouette swelled. The hunched shadow of a spiked shell, claws splayed, horns curving overhead. Yet nothing physical stood there, only the darkness shaped like a monster. "Power outage," I lied, voice cracking. "Let's take a break." I ushered the kids away, heart jackhammering. Night fell early under storm clouds. We ordered pizza, played board games, tried to ignore flickers in the hallway. By 10, Lacey tucked Madison beside her in the guest room. Jacob curled on the couch. I double-checked every lock, shut every blind, unplugged the Wii U. Sometime past midnight, pounding rattled my bedroom door. Thud, pause, thud, thud, thud. I bolted upright. Phone screen read 2:47 a.m. again. "Jacob," I called, though dread told me otherwise. No answer. The pounding intensified. I snapped on a bedside lamp. Light under the door revealed two small shadows. Shapes of feet. The door handle jiggled. I swung the door open. Mario and Peach amiibo lay in pieces at my threshold. Bases missing, torsos cleaved. Red paint, red, glistened on broken plastic. From the living room came a laugh, not digital but cavernous. I grabbed the fireplace poker, sprinted down the hall. The TV was on, though its power cord dangled loose. Blue static smeared the screen into a single glowing eye. The Wii U pulsed with internal light despite no electricity. Its disc slot yawned like a mouth. Then Bowser walked out of the hallway shadows. Not the tiny plastic statue. Something full-sized, towering, yet still artificial, skin like shiny polymer, joints segmented like an action figure's. Crimson eyes burned. Claws clicked on hardwood. I froze. He raised one hand, palm upward. Offering or demand? Behind him, on the couch, Jacob slept undisturbed. A voice burbled from Bowser's unmoving jaws, layered and electronic. "Join." And I understood the figures were conduits. Mario, Peach, whoever else would follow. Bowser recruited. If I refused, he'd take the kids, my sister, me. My cut finger throbbed, sudden heat beneath the band-aid, the blood pact already sealed. I launched forward, sheer terror fueling me. Swinging the poker, I cracked the Amiibo King across his plastic chest. The room erupted in emerald sparks. Heat blasted my face. The Wii U screamed, disc slot belching flame. Bowser staggered but did not fall. Fissures spider-webbed through his shell, glowing like magma. "One of US," the voice rumbled. I swung again, denting his snout. Plastic oozed like candle wax. Sparks set drapes smoldering. Smoke alarms shrieked. Children's footsteps thudded behind me. Jacob awake, Madison wailing. Lacey shouted my name. I yelled back, "Outside! Go now!" Bowser lunged, but molten joints slowed him. I dodged, slammed the poker into the TV. Glass burst. The static, I winked out. Instantly Bowser froze mid-stride, limbs locking. His cracked body teetered, toppled, and exploded into fragments no larger than coins. Each shard hissed, dimmed, and cooled to dull gray. The Wii U went dark. Smoke alarms ceased. Silence flooded in so abruptly my ears rang. Firefighters found scorch marks, fried electronics, but no real fire. Insurance chalked it up to a freak electrical surge. I replaced the console, repainted walls, but never brought another amiibo into the house. I drove back to the GameStop a week later. The building was gone. Where it had stood, a weed-choked lot, foundation crumbled, as if abandoned decades. No sign of Clive, no sign of the shiny storefront I'd visited with Jacob. I tried online searches, no such GameStop listed. Corporate database had no record. It was as though the store existed only long enough to hand me that one defective figure. Sometimes, when the clock creeps toward 2:47 a.m., I wake to the faintest sound. Plastic clattering down a hallway, or a slow, deliberate knock. Occasionally, I dream of enamel eyes glowing red across an endless chessboard of broken figures, each whispering he will make you one of us. But I keep no toys in the house. And when dawn's first light washes the mountains, the whispers retreat beyond hearing, leaving only the wind in pines, a low growl of distant traffic, and the memory of crimson eyes painted wrong on a mass-produced piece of plastic that should never have found its way to a dusty store in the foothills. I never imagined that something as innocent as hunting for a bargain-priced computer could turn into the single most frightening night of my life, but that is exactly what happened. The story began late one Thursday evening in September, near the midpoint of my sophomore year of college. My schedule was packed tighter than a commuter train at rush hour. I was juggling a full course load, 4 lecture-heavy classes, 3 labs, and the mandatory freshman-level physical education requirement that my school forced second-year students to complete if we had missed it during the pandemic year. On top of that, I worked 2 part-time jobs. The first was a weekend shift in the copy center of the campus library, where I spent entire Saturdays replacing toner, clearing paper jams, and explaining to panicked undergrads that, no, the machine did not eat their flash drive. The second was a 3-night-a-week bar-back position at a gloomy riverside restaurant, a gig good for tips but bad for sleep. Between those obligations and the giant, soul-crushing assignments my professors handed out, 30-page research essays, group projects with people who disappeared whenever real work was required, I barely had room to breathe. Every spare hour had to count, which meant I couldn't afford to waste time waiting for an empty computer terminal on campus. The library labs were always packed. Open computer was practically an oxymoron. You could spend 40 minutes standing behind someone who was clearly scrolling social media, praying they would notice the Q icon blinking on their screen, only to watch them plug in headphones and start streaming videos. Worse, each station was limited to a 2-hour session. Great if you were just printing, awful if you needed to spend an entire afternoon poring over journal databases. My old netbook, a 3-year-old base model Acer, had finally sputtered and collapsed under the strain. One moment its power light was amber, the next the screen flickered into a constellation of dead pixels, and the battery gave off a faint chemical smell. The IT desk diagnosed a fried motherboard and a battery bulging like a can left too long in the freezer. Repair would cost more than the original sticker price. So there I was, a student of modest means, facing midterm papers and stranded without a machine. Some people love shopping. They would have treated the search as an excuse to browse do-it-yourself builds and splurge on shiny new peripherals. Not me. I saw every add to cart button as the digital representation of that depressing little window above my checking account balance. I had exactly $100 to spare. The bill had been tucked into an envelope under a stack of stray notebooks. Part of the emergency reserve my older sister told me to keep in case the car blew a tire or I needed gas after the banking app's nightly maintenance window. In my world, $100 was a lifeline, a month of groceries if I stretched the rice and beans. I needed to invest it wisely. Naturally, I started with the big retailers: Amazon, Best Buy's open box page, Walmart's discount listings, and the flash sale websites that promised clearance electronics, up to 90% off. Good luck. Even the crummiest refurb units bottomed out at around $180. I refreshed search criteria, limited results to netbook only, unboxed, pre-2017 models, you name it, but nothing surfaced inside my budget. I checked auction sites, too. eBay had a few battered Chromebooks in my price range, but each was 4 parts or repair, which IT guy had already warned me to avoid. I spent 3 nights like that, slouched in a patched leather desk chair, the glow of my roommate's gaming monitor flashing behind me, scanning listing after listing after listing until the numbers blurred. Every $1.29 plus $20 shipping felt like the universe mocking me. I closed the browser and groaned. Tomorrow, I decided. I'll try again tomorrow. The next morning, half delirious from finishing a chemistry lab right up at 3 a.m., I shuffled into the cafeteria. My friend Nate, built like a track sprinter, always wearing a cracked screen smartwatch and rarely seen without coffee, flagged me down. He slid a tray toward me, the industrial silver kind that retains the heat of rubbery scrambled eggs. "You look beaten," he said while dribbling hot sauce across his potatoes. I told him the saga. While I vented, he kept nodding, sipping, nodding again, like he completely understood being ground down by relentless grade pressure and techless panic. When I finished, he set down his cup. "Why don't you try Craigslist?" First I laughed. Craigslist felt ancient, like something our parents used to find yard sales or mismatched couches. On campus, market pages were either flashy resale startups shipping vintage Polaroid cameras at boutique prices or folks hawking textbooks in group chats. "Does anybody still post computers there?" I asked. "You'd be surprised," he said. "My cousin sold a used gaming rig on their last semester. Guy paid cash and everything. Just meet people in a public place." Between bites, I opened the site on my phone, typed netbook, and my eyes nearly popped out. Dozens of results appeared. Lenovo S10-2, $60. Asus EE PC, $85. HP Mini, $70. Plenty within my limitation. Sure, condition varied, but each had working, fresh install, or factory reset in the description. I forgot breakfast and scrolled like my thumb was possessed. That's when I spotted it. Dell Inspiron Mini 1012, $75 OBO, good condition. Charger included, no lowballing. Dell had decent build quality, and the 1012, though dated, could still handle word processing and basic browsing. Seller posted 3 photos, closed, open, and a bio screen confirming the 160 GB drive and 2 GB of RAM. Not stellar, but workable. The chassis looked scratch-free, and the charger plug's rubber sleeve was intact. I read the listing twice, then I hit the contact button. The interface prompted for my phone number, so I entered it and waited for a call. 10 seconds passed, then 20. My pulse raced. Eventually, my phone buzzed in my palm. "Hello!" Faint static crackled, then a voice emerged, deep and rough, like gravel in a blender. Every syllable rasped, the slow cadence of someone unaccustomed to conversation or maybe a lifelong smoker. "Still interested in the netbook?" "Yes," I said. "Is it still available?" Silence stretched so long I wondered if the call had dropped. At last he wheezed. "It's here. Works fine. 75 cash." "That's perfect," I said. "When can I pick it up?" "Now. I don't sleep much." I found my tongue caught between polite excitement and mild unease. Something about his tone felt off, but bargains don't linger. "Sure. Could I have the address?" He rattled off a street number and rural route. I wrote it down on a napkin. Then he added, "Bring exact change. Knock when you arrive." Before I could ask any follow-ups, the line clicked dead, no goodbye, just the hollow hum of disconnection. I pulled Google Maps. The address was 25 miles outside town, nestled among farmland. No business district, no gas stations, only an occasional lane leading to barns or old homesteads. The satellite image showed a single-story house with a detached shed, fields stretching beyond it, and a ribbon of gravel driveway that vanished beneath a canopy of trees. I zoomed in, and the image blurred before new pixels resolved. The roof looked sun-bleached. The yard appeared overgrown. Probably elderly owners, I reasoned. Still, every campus safety workshop warns about dark parking lots and meeting strangers. Nate repeated, "Public place." But the listing never mentioned willingness to travel. $75 for an on-the-spot netbook felt irresistible. I rationalized that I could leave the engine running, stay outside, inspect the device under porch light, hand over cash, and leave. 5 minutes in and out. At 3 p.m., I left my dorm. Autumn air smelled like pine needles and burnt leaves. I pulled onto the main highway, a two-lane strip flanked by oaks. My GPS repeated mild commands. In 5 miles, turn right. I rehearsed small talk to ask about the battery and if the OS was legit. Clouds gathered as I drove, gray sweeps blurring the horizon. 50 minutes later, pavement turned to cracked asphalt, then gravel. I slowed. Finally, the navigation announced, "You have arrived." My headlights cut across an unlit mailbox leaning at a crooked angle. The house beyond it looked weary. Chipped siding, drooping gutters, windows curtained by grime. No porch light burned. A scattered collection of rusting farming equipment. Plows, a tractor missing wheels, littered the yard. Dusk cloaked everything in muted blues. Nerves prickled. I parked on a rutted patch of dirt off the driveway and killed the engine but left keys in. I texted Nate my location, something Campus Dispatch recommended. If I didn't text again in 30 minutes, he should call me. I pocketed the cash, zipped my jacket, and walked toward the porch. 3 wooden steps moaned under my weight. The screen door hung off one hinge, banging softly in wind. I knocked on the inner door. Nothing. I rapped again, louder. Still silence. A third knock produced a hollow thud. Maybe the cellar was hard of hearing. I glanced back at the yard. No other vehicles. Just fields bathed in twilight. Unease tightened in my gut. I considered leaving but pictured tomorrow's deadline, the monstrous library queue, and forced myself to try the back door. If the owner was elderly, maybe they stayed in an extension near the kitchen. Circling the house, I noticed weeds waist-high, Kens crushed underfoot, and the faint metallic smell of damp soil. A narrow concrete path led to a rear stoop. I knocked on that door too. The knock echoed faintly in the interior, but no footsteps approached. I lifted my hand to knock again, and froze. From somewhere beyond the back fence, a voice drifted, the same harsh timbre from the call. "The netbook is here if you want it." The sentence carried no inflection, almost bored, yet it knotted my stomach. I spun, searching. Fields unfurled to the tree line, shadows layering among rows of cornstalks left to rot. About 60 yards away, silhouetted against the darkening sky, stood a figure. Tall, wide in the shoulders, draped in something loose. Its right arm hung at its side, hand clutching an object that glinted in the last slice of sunlight. A knife, I thought, or maybe a curved tool. Primal alarm went off inside me. Fight or flight, heavy on flight. I took a step backward, sneaker scraping the stoop. The figure tilted its head, as though curious, then began moving toward me. It did not walk like a man. There was no bounce, no shift of shoulders. It glided, each stride covering too much ground, like frames in a film missing between exposures. Sunlight was almost gone now, and what little remained gleamed off the blade in its hand. The shape picked up speed, legs pumping harder, posture forward like a sprinter exploding off blocks. I bolted, nearly tripping on the uneven path, sprinted around the house, and hurled myself toward my car. Gravel sprayed. My lungs burned. I dared no glance back. Footsteps, or whatever noise its heavy boots made, pounded close. The moment I reached my driver's door, I yanked the handle, slid inside, slammed the lock. My fingers shook on the key. The engine coughed once, twice, refused to catch. I jiggled the shifter, tried again. The windshield reflected the porch, still empty, so I risked a look to the left. The figure barreled across the yard, now only 30 feet away. He, or it, wore a dark coat that flapped, and the knife's outline was unmistakable in its raised arm. Adrenaline made everything slow. The pistons turning, the dashboard lights flickering, the engine sputtering to life on the third desperate crank. I shoved the lever into reverse, stomped the gas. Tires fishtailed on gravel, spitting stones. The figure lunged, thrusting the blade at the driver's window. Metal screeched across glass, leaving a white scratch but not breaking through. I cut the wheel, slammed into drive, and roared down the lane. My heart hammered so wildly I feared it would burst. Only after half a mile did I glance in the rearview mirror. Nothing but swirling dust. The highway felt like salvation. Streetlights, rare in this part of the county, glowed amber. I pulled onto the shoulder to steady my breath. Nate's text buzzed. "Everything okay?" My fingers trembled as I typed back, "Call you later." Long story. I drove the rest of the way, gripping the wheel like a vice. At my dorm, I parked beneath a lamp, engine still idling, letting headlights sweep the quiet lot before shutting them off. Apartment doors stood normal. Neighbors' TVs flickered behind curtains, and a breeze rattled leaves. Safe. Inside my room, I locked both latches and pressed my back to the door. The small space. Posters of video game artwork on cinderblock walls, desks strewn with textbook stacks, felt foreign, as though I'd stepped from one reality into a timid replica of comfort. I peeked at my reflection in the dark window. Sweat matted my bangs. My cheeks were ashen. On my left cheek sat a narrow slice. Not bleeding, but white from recent contact. That scratch on the glass must have showered shards I hadn't noticed. I drew the curtain and sat on the bed, still clutching the useless $100. Sleep eluded me. Images looped. The silent house, the faceless silhouette, the knife swiping inches from my throat. By dawn, I decided to file a report. Craigslist had a flag feature. I described the address, the false listing, the threat. I added the phone number, though the last 4 digits were probably spoofed. Within hours, the post vanished, user disabled. But that action felt tiny, like throwing a pebble into the pit that had opened in my psyche. The following weeks proved doubly tough. Homework didn't pause. I joined the endless library line, hating every second but grateful for fluorescent safety. When people complained about queue times, I bit back sarcasm. At least they weren't nearly stabbed in a cornfield. Finally, I scraped enough paychecks to buy a clearance Chromebook at the campus bookstore. $200, but financing let me pay in installments. Worth every cent to avoid the trap of a too-good-to-be-true ad. Nate teased that I should write a horror blog post about my adventure. I declined. The story, once humorous, carried edges too sharp to share casually. Instead, I adopted a mantra: meet in public places. Coffee shops, police station parking lots, anywhere but an abandoned farmhouse beyond cell service range. Sometimes, late at night, I revisit the memory. The rasp of that voice, the awkward gap before he answered, the final command to bring exact change. I wonder how many times that same voice lured unsuspecting bargain hunters, and whether any failed to start their engine in time. On rare occasions, I open Craigslist again, just to confirm the address never reappeared. So far, it hasn't. Still, if you find yourself scrolling classifieds at 2 in the morning, eyes bleary, wallet thin, remember my mistake. A cheap price can cost more than money. There are things out there, people, or could be worse, that hide behind too-good-to-be-true listings, waiting patiently for someone to knock on a door that should stay forever closed. I was 21 when the worst night of my life walked straight up to my bedroom window and tapped on the glass. The year was 2023, the strange halfway time when COVID was finally loosening its grip on the world. Mask rules were vanishing, cafes were refilling with people, and landlords had started charging full price again. I had just finished trade school, landed a graveyard shift warehouse job, and moved out of my parents' place. My girlfriend and I thought we had lucked into the deal of the decade. A 3-bedroom rambler on the edge of town, wide covered porch out front, narrow rectangle of grass in back, and a battered trampoline left behind by the last tenants. It was the kind of place that felt one hard winter away from falling over, but to us it was freedom. White paint peeling off the siding like sunburned skin, roof shingles curling at the edges, porch boards soft enough to groan under your heels, yet still our own square of earth where nobody could tell us to keep music down or be home by midnight. The first months were the usual blur of adulthood. Secondhand furniture deliveries, learning which breaker controlled which outlet, discovering the kitchen faucet only produced hot water if you turned it all the way cold first. After every shift, I drove home under the stale yellow light of the industrial district, shoes squeaking with grease, arms humming from moving pallets, brain running solely on salt cravings. Around 2 in the morning, my girlfriend and I would curl side by side on the couch with leftover noodles and whatever streaming show was easiest to follow while half asleep. She worked days at the clinic, I worked nights among forklifts, so we caught each other in the overlap. Sunrise goodbyes and midnight hellos, and made soft promises that one day we would live like normal people with weekends off. Nothing felt unusual about the house until we decided to clear that trampoline. It had sagged in the yard since before we arrived, springs stretched, mats speckled with moss. Getting rid of it meant extra room for tomato plants and a secondhand picnic table I wanted to sand down. We spent an entire Saturday undoing bolts rusted together like welded iron, prying legs apart, stacking curved frame pieces in neat piles. We finished after sunset and hauled the final load to the curb for a charity pickup. I remember leaning on the porch railing, sweat cooling on my skin, feeling proud of the cleared grass. The yard looked bigger, as though we had peeled off an old scab. That night, I crawled into bed at a responsible hour, responsible for someone who slept through daylight anyway, set my phone on the crate serving as a nightstand, and let the darkness settle. The window above the headboard was cracked for fresh air, blinds down but not shut tight. Spring bugs hissed in the grass. A neighbor's dog barked twice, then quit. Normal sounds. I drifted on the edge of sleep. Then came a sound that didn't belong. Tap-tap across the porch boards. Slow, cautious, almost experimental. Footstep on the wooden steps. Not heavy boots, not clacking claws, but something in between, as though toes as long as fingers were lowering weight gently. I opened my eyes. The room was black aside from the faint glow of a street lamp leaking through the blinds. My first thought was raccoon, but raccoons don't walk upright and don't weigh enough to make planks complain. I listened harder, held my breath until the pulse in my ears became drums. Again, tap-tap, footstep. 15 times at least, each a fraction closer, then silence underneath the window. Every reasonable explanation, loose screen door, branch rubbing the siding, kids sneaking a shortcut, evaporated when the knocking started. Tap, tap, tap. Fingernails on glass, not claws on wood. Knuckles deliberate, just inches from where my head lay on the pillow. 3 beats, a pause, 3 beats again. No shadow crossed the blinds. No silhouette of a hand. Nothing but that polite insistence. The fear was thick enough to taste, like copper coins on the tongue. I did what children do under blankets. I squeezed my eyes closed, pulled the quilt to my chin, and waited in frozen misery. Minutes turned viscous. The knocking never changed rhythm or force, kept me awake until sunrise carved thin orange bars through the slats. Light banishes courage-eating noises. As soon as rays hit my face, the taps stopped. My heart slammed against ribs while I debated looking. Curiosity finally beat terror. I stood, gripping the mattress edge like a life raft, lifted 2 slats, and stared straight into emptiness. The porch boards below the window were bare. For a heartbeat, I believed it had all been dream sludge. Then something pale slid out of sight at the corner of the house. An arm, only an arm, being dragged downward beyond my angle of view. The skin was almost translucent, bluish veins underneath, longer than any human limb should be, elbow bending wrong. The hand at its end reached nearly to the knees of an invisible body. 5 fingers, joints sharp as broom handles, nails too thick to be called nails. And cuffed around the wrist was a sleeve, gray fabric torn into ribbons, as though it had once been a suit coat decades ago and had never been changed. In 2 seconds, it vanished. Silence swallowed the porch. I slammed the window down, heart ricocheting off my throat. Of course I forgot to lock it. I was too busy trying not to scream. When my girlfriend woke, I spoon-fed her every detail. She rubbed sleep from her eyes, pointed out I had worked a 12-hour shift the evening before, and suggested overtired hallucinations can feel very real. Lack of sleep, leftover stress from pandemic life, maybe a raccoon standing on the grill. She believed none of it, which almost convinced me as well. Almost. 6 uneventful months passed. Time heals disbelief. We painted walls, planted tomatoes in the newly empty yard, laughed about my haunted house nerves. The warehouse kept shipping. The clinic kept calling my girlfriend in early. I pretended the memory was fading, but late nights still prickled my skin. One Friday, she went out with coworkers to celebrate a promotion. I stayed home, ordered takeout, and parked on the sofa to binge cheap detective shows. Around 10, I muted the TV and realized how loudly the fridge hummed. The porch light burned steady outside the front window. My eyelids sagged. That's when footsteps pounded directly overhead. The house only has one story. Anything on the roof should have been a raccoon or possum, maybe a stray cat. But these steps were wrong. Heel-toe placement, heavy enough to make dust drift from the ceiling line like someone stomping in work boots. They traced a straight path from the back edge of the roof toward the window over the sofa. Toward me. Ice rushed my veins. The windows upstairs, windows I rarely touched, flashed in my mind. Unlatched, I bolted for the door, tore across the grass barefoot, and sprinted to my neighbor's porch lights. I mashed their buzzer until pain shot through my thumb. The wife opened the door with murder in her eyes, until my panic registered. "Call the cops," I gasped. "Someone's in my house." She ran to the phone while I turned back toward my place. Under the dim street lamp, I saw a head peer below the frame of the bedroom window. Pale scalp, scraggles of hair, and pits where eyes ought to sit. Yet I felt its gaze lock on mine. The face was too long, jaw tapering past the plane of a human chin. Mouth wide as a clown grin but lipless, displaying teeth too small for such a maw, like rows of baby teeth fitted to a grown skull. Then the head withdrew, casual as a backstage actor behind a curtain. Police arrived in 5 minutes. 2 cruisers. They did a full sweep, flashlights, weapons drawn, attic hatch checked, crawl space door kicked twice. They found nothing but the open window and a few thin scratches on the sill paint. No footprints on the roof, they insisted, though dew had settled and should have taken impressions. They asked me to walk through, confirm items. Jewelry box untouched, laptop on desk, TV still humming its detective show. "Probably a burglar," one officer said. "Got spooked when you came home early." I nodded, throat too tight to argue. But we both knew burglars want televisions, not what I felt breathing behind that glass. Weeks passed. Locks were replaced, deadbolts added, windows screwed shut. Yet each night, as streetlights flickered, something inside me strained for distant footfalls or fingernails on glass. Some mornings I woke certain I had heard dragging cloth outside the wall, but there was never proof, only the echo of a face with no eyes pressed to my memory. I tell this now because yesterday, scrolling local news, I read about another couple living 2 blocks behind us. Their back porch security camera recorded a tall, thin prowler in tattered clothes pacing under their bedroom next to the trampoline left by previous tenants. Police claim it's a prank by teenagers. The couple moved out tonight. Their trampoline sits by the curb, bolts half loosened, waiting for donation pickup. Every window in my house is locked. Still, I listen for tapping. I did not expect anything that night. My work schedule had been ordinary. My dinner had been ordinary. The television shows I had allowed to flicker across the screen while I drifted toward sleep had all been ordinary. Even the weather outside seemed determined to be as average as possible. No rain, no wind, no rolling thunderclouds gathering over our unnamed little town. It felt exactly like every other weeknight. Quiet streets, porch lights humming, a handful of cars growling past every hour, nothing more. I crawled under the blankets a little after 11, set my phone face down on the nightstand, and closed my eyes without checking a single notification. The bedroom felt cool but comfortable, and within minutes I slipped into a gentle, drifting sleep. I do not know how long I slept before the sound woke me. It came to me first as a half-recognized noise buried beneath my dream. A distant, low slurp, long and wet, as though someone dragged a ladle through stew and lifted it slowly into the air. I surfaced from sleep confused. At first I truly believed I must still be dreaming, because real houses did not generate such noises, and real bedrooms rarely glowed with that strange frosted light now sliding through my curtains. My eyelids fluttered open and I found the room drenched in a pale whiteness, nothing like the gentle amber of the street lamp outside. This glow felt colder, more clinical, almost metallic, and it cast hard edges across my walls. Instantly my heart began to beat in my throat. I reached for the digital alarm clock without sitting up. Its plastic case felt slick with condensation, or maybe my palm had simply become damp with sweat. 2:47 a.m. My mind tried to generate explanations, but every rational possibility crumbled. If a glass had shattered, I would have heard the tinkling collapse. If the front door had been forced, I would have heard the latch snap. If a window had been broken, shards would still be rattling across the floorboards. Instead, there had been only that single, unhurried slurp, the sound of a straw drawing liquid from an invisible, bottomless cup. Even half awake, I knew the rules of this neighborhood. Burglaries come in clusters, moving from one weather-battered house to the next. Anyone who owns more than a rusted sedan learns quickly to keep a weapon within reach, and my father had beaten those lessons into me long before I could spell burglary. Beneath the mattress, at the very edge of easy reach, rested the answer to almost every question. A 12-gauge pump action, loaded years ago with buckshot that had not been inspected since that day. At 2:40-something in the morning, every single scenario feels the same, and every scenario ends with the same cold steel pressed against your shoulder. I slipped a hand under the mattress, found the stock, and slid the shotgun out carefully. I eased my feet to the floor, bare feet on chilly hardwood, and moved step by slow step. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with that glowing light. My hallway is narrow, barely wide enough to extend an elbow without touching drywall. Tonight it felt wider, empty in a way that made me shudder. I crept past the closet, holding my breath. I am not an expert and do not pretend to be. I had fired the shotgun only twice while hunting rabbits years earlier. Still, muscle memory told me to keep the muzzle down, finger outside the trigger guard until I knew what waited beyond the doorway. The glow brightened as I neared the kitchen. My brain told me to hit a light switch, push back against the darkness with a familiar yellow bulb, but a deeper instinct refused. Any creature that brought its own illumination did not need mine. I paused at the threshold, shotgun cradled tight against my shoulder, and listened. Silence. Even the ordinary refrigerator hum had vanished. The whole house felt stunned, as if everything metallic or electric were holding its breath too. That was when I noticed how impossibly bright the windows had become. All 6 panes in the kitchen glared white, no difference between glass and night sky, as if someone had built fluorescent light boxes outside. The intensity stung my eyes. I squinted and saw movement. Slow, rippling humps that reminded me of silk curtains stirred by wind. Only there were no curtains. The light itself seemed to ebb and flow like thick liquid. Then I saw it. A shape slouched on the linoleum, half in shadow, half in that blinding glow. At first I mistook it for a pile of laundry sacks. The outline bulged strangely, many soft folds overlapping, and a faint sheen clung to its surface. I edged closer, heart hammering, until I stood just inside the kitchen doorway. With one trembling hand, I reached toward the wall and flicked the light switch. The overhead bulb flared, drowning the room in normal incandescent yellow. It should have eased my nerves, yet the sight before me stuck every vertebra frozen. It was a cocoon. That is the only word my mind could produce. Picture a silkworm's creation magnified 1,000 times, but twisted into unnatural geometry. Roughly barrel-sized, lying on its side, tapering to a blunt nose at one end. The color churned between blue-green and seaweed teal, swirling under the kitchen light. The surface resembled blown glass and raw jelly at once, smooth yet wet, shimmering like fish scales beneath water. I had never imagined an object could appear brittle and gelatinous simultaneously. Every instinct screamed that this thing did not belong in a domestic environment. While staring at it, I realized the glow outside had strengthened. It bled under the back door, along cabinet edges, between floorboards. I could taste electricity in the air, metallic on my tongue. A single drop of sweat slid from my brow to my upper lip. Shotgun or not, I felt as vulnerable as a fawn. Panic finally overtook curiosity. I tilted the gun muzzle toward the cocoon, then hesitated. Whatever sat before me might not be solid. Pellets could ricochet off glass or bounce back into me. I needed guidance, and for reasons I still cannot articulate, the first person who flooded my mind was my uncle. He had served 3 tours overseas, had seen men and creatures do impossible things, and when I was a boy he told stories that kept me up at night. Legends of glowing orbs above deserts, of hunters who vanished into pines leaving only steaming piles of clothes. He lived 40 minutes away, but his number remained first in my phone. My uncle would know what to do with unearthly pods glowing at dawn. I retreated to the living room, shotgun barrel jittering, and grabbed my phone from the couch cushion. Reception in my town is weak after midnight, but I managed to unlock the screen. I dialed him. The signal bars flickered. Then the call connected, but instead of my uncle's drowsy greeting, I heard a roar of static, like tuning an antique radio between dead stations. Beneath those waves emerged a voice, deep, distorted, guttural, repeated on a choppy loop. "Wake up, you're dreaming." I stabbed the red button, heart ramming my ribcage. My uncle never used speakerphone. This voice could not be him. And the phrase, "Wake up, you're dreaming," why that? I dialed again. The same result, though quieter now, the static thinning. The voice repeated softly, "Wake up, you're dreaming," until the line cut. I flung the phone onto the sofa and tried to fill my lungs. The world tilted. The kitchen bulb shrilled overhead like a fly. A wave of blackness spilled across my vision and I felt the floor tilt. I clung to consciousness, dug nails into my palm, but the darkness swallowed me. I awoke doused in sweat, sheets twisted around my torso. Sunlight slid through curtains in weak stripes. For a moment I convinced myself it had been nightmare start to finish. Then I smelled fried bacon. Real smells anchor you to waking. I flipped blankets aside, rose on rubber legs, and stumbled into the bathroom. My own reflection startled me. Red eyes, hair flattened by wild sleep, skin pale. I splashed water on my cheeks, breathing in the normal bathroom scent of old soap bars and dusty tile. Whatever had happened, the daylight insisted everything was safe. Still shaky, I showered, stepped into jeans, tossed on a hoodie, and padded downstairs. Coffee brewed in the drip machine and bacon smoked in a pan. I must have left the stove on last night. Yet I distinctly remembered holding a shotgun, not cooking. Then I saw my dog sitting in front of the fridge. Maisie is usually a blur of tan fur, tail thumping, tongue lolling. Today she sat utterly still as though glued to the linoleum. Her tail wagged, but the wag seemed mechanical, swinging side to side in perfectly identical arcs, never slowing, never speeding. I noticed her eyes, huge, glassy, black like polished marbles, and though her ribs moved on tiny dog's breaths, I could not see her chest rise at all. She looked manufactured, like a plush toy built by someone who had seen dogs only in photographs. Crouched, snapped my fingers. "Maisie!" No response beyond that hypnotic tail wag. Instinct shouted that she was ill. Maybe poisoned food? Maybe heat stroke? I reached to lift her under the belly. She did not budge. My hands slid beneath her body, but it was as though her haunches had fused to the floor. Not stuck by glue. Something from inside her anchored her to that exact spot. A metallic chill wormed through me. I stole a glance toward the stove. The bacon sizzled unattended. I realized I could not remember turning on the burner, much less pulling meat from the fridge. I could not remember any step between collapsing in the living room and waking up drenched upstairs. Yet the pan popped and hissed as if someone else had finished breakfast without me. I grabbed the remote and turned on the news, seeking grounding. The screen filled with the blue morning anchor and a caption about overnight hospital closures. But that was not what stole my breath. The ticker beneath announced, "Local man dies in early morning fire." The name belonged to my uncle. Time of death, approximately 2:47 a.m. My phone vibrated on the coffee table. A missed call from an unknown number flashed, then another. Each time the phone buzzed, Maisie's head jerked minutely, tail freezing for half a beat before resuming its perfect metronome. I stepped back, shotgun forgotten upstairs. From outside, just beyond the kitchen window, came the faint clanking of machinery. Gears meshing, metal plates knocking, followed by that same long slurp that had awakened me. I moved to the doorway and saw a pale rectangle of light sweep across the grass as if from a passing helicopter, yet I heard no rotors. Something enormous hummed beyond the back fence, prowling just out of view. The glow pulsed through the curtains. I did not need to open them. I already knew what I would see. When I turned, Maisie was no longer alone. At her paws lay a second object, identical in shape to last night's but smaller, kitten-sized. The glassy, blue-green cocoon pulsed slowly, as if breathing. My cat, Penny, was nowhere in sight. The dog, whatever wore my dog's skin, lifted its head. The smile that spread across its snout was not canine. Lips curled higher, revealing not dull dog molars but 100 narrow, tapered points like piranha teeth. They gleamed wet and pale pink. The tail kept beating, ignorant to gravity. The eyes, giant globes of ink, fixed on mine. In that grin, I saw the final splinter-pierced rational thought. I had never heard Maisie bark when the noise woke me. She should have howled. She should have fought. Instead, she had gone silent because whatever creatures stalked my kitchen had silenced her and then worn her, puppet-like, as an introduction. I stumbled backward, catching myself on the counter. The room felt warped, corners stretching away. Outside the window, the metallic clank quickened, heavy and purposeful. Something massive pressed toward the house. I imagined long arms unfolding, glass pods cradled to chests, replacements for every warm body in the neighborhood. I bolted upstairs, 2 steps at a time, feet slipping. I snatched the shotgun from the bed, heart hammering. My bedroom window still latched. The morning sun glowed innocent through thin curtains. The front porch looked empty of cocoons. Behind me came the thuds of heavy footsteps that were not paws on stairs. Each step metallic, like an iron boot. I wish I could say I turned and fought. Truth. I dropped the gun, grabbed the car keys, and launched myself through the side door. The bright day outside stunned my eyes. I sprinted to the car, engine coughing alive, tires spraying gravel. In the rearview mirror, the kitchen window exploded outward, shards glimmering. Something lean and pale stretched half out the opening, too long for the frame, skin bulging against wooden edges. It turned its head, smiling that needle-toothed smile. The last thing I saw were its fingers brushing the window frame, fingers that looked exactly like the ones I had almost mistaken for my dog's tail. I did not stop driving for 30 miles. I pulled into an abandoned rest stop and sobbed until dusk. I did not phone police. I did not phone friends. I typed one text to my employer, family emergency, and shut off the phone for days. I never returned to the house. Realtors found it empty except for my car's old spare tire, the couch, and wilted tomatoes on their vines. They also found Maisie wandering the yard, apparently healthy, Penny curled asleep on the trampoline frame. Both animals behaved normal under observation. No one believed my story. They attributed the damage to burglars and feral dogs. I still do not keep pets. No cats brushing ankles at night. No dogs greeting me at the door. After years in quiet apartments, I sometimes miss the steady breathing of an animal at my feet. And then I remember how still a living body can seem when it has been hollowed out. How silent a phone can ring when a familiar voice has been swallowed by static. And how a smile containing far too many teeth can follow you forever down the hallway of memory. Mike Carlson had been waiting for this small taste of independence all month. The factory where he worked part-time let out at 5. The sun was starting to droop behind the roofs of Red Willow, and his mother had finally agreed that he was old enough to walk the 4 miles home without a ride. It felt like proof that he was edging away from childhood, the way a chick edges out of a shell. He was on the track team, tall for his age, quick on his feet, and his parents trusted his common sense. Stephen Ferris, the boy who always took the same after-school bus, was walking the same direction. Until this semester, they had been little more than passing acquaintances, 2 names in the same attendance book. Mike the runner, Stephen the kid who dressed in black, wrote song lyrics on his notebook covers, and practiced a heavy metal growl under his breath when he thought no one was listening. They never chose the same tables at lunch, they never paired up for projects, and each assumed the other lived in a different orbit. Then one cloudy Tuesday, Mr. Phelps from the office cornered them by the vending machines and told them it was school policy that students walking the long bus trail home should do so in pairs if their parents could not pick them up. The news annoyed Mike and seemed to annoy Stephen even more, but the rule was the rule. Now here they were, pacing side by side along Sutton Road as the last bands of gold settled on the hills. Fields lay open on either side, grassy meadows dotted with leftover clover and crisp leaves that had blown far from any tree. Ahead, the road dipped toward the cluster of maple trees that marked the edge of town. Beyond that dip lay neighborhoods. Porch lights, dogs barking, kitchen windows glowing orange with dinner. In theory, the walk should have taken an easy hour. Mike swung his backpack onto one shoulder and tried to make conversation. "We'll pass Lindsay's barn in 10 minutes, he said, half to Stephen, half to himself. After that, it's only a mile to the first streetlight. Stephen grunted, eyes hidden behind dark contact lenses that looked almost navy under the fading light. His trench coat flapped at his calves, more dramatic than the breeze required. Storm's coming. Forecast called clear. Mike shrugged. I checked before practice. Stephen's lips curved into a faint smirk. Forecasts only talk about clouds and rain. They don't talk about other things. Mike couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Look, man, it's just a walk. They continued in silence. Grasshoppers clicked somewhere near their ankles. Above, swallows darted through mid-level air pockets, chasing gnats that glimmered in the last badger stripe of sunshine on the horizon. Somewhere, an irrigation pump coughed itself awake for the evening cycle. Then the wind arrived. It was not a gentle wind, not a playful swirl. It was a sudden, deep inhale of the evening, as though the world itself had gasped. Both boys flinched. Mike yanked the zipper of his varsity jacket all the way to his chin. Stephen lifted his collar and tucked his chin inside, movements crisp, almost choreographed. Yet, despite the chill, Stephen's posture suggested he felt nothing at all. The gust died as fast as it had come, leaving a silence so wide it swallowed the normal rustle of dry weeds and the buzz of distant traffic. Mike shifted uneasily. He had been raised on farm roads, knew the difference between natural quiet and something that seemed to sit on your eardrums like a weight. He cleared his throat, probably just a front moving through. 1 minute later, they heard the first cry. Mike stopped mid-step. The sound hadn't come from any recognizable direction. It was everywhere at once. A single note that rang like a wineglass tapped with a spoon, high and mournful. Stephen's head snapped to the left. Not wind, he whispered. It must be. Mike forced a chuckle. Sound bounces out here. Could be a barn door. Stephen gave him the kind of look a lion might give a cub. There was a gleam behind those dark contacts, as if he could see things balancing on the edge of dusk that Mike could never see. Like he knew exactly which door in which barn had just creaked for reasons no meteorologist could chart. Still, they kept walking. Each step gathered speed until they were almost trotting. Mike told himself it was just the chill pushing them forward, but the truth was cruder. Something inside was beating a drum against his ribs. 100 yards later, Mike glanced back along the path. A figure stood on the gravel where they had been moments earlier. A figure shaped like a man but moving in a way that betrayed its own bones. It limped a yard, paused, hopped forward, lurched, then swung an arm like a pendulum. Every joint seemed to bend beyond its natural range. Every stride looked wrong, like nails scraping beneath skin. The way the figure's head bobbed chin to chest, chin to sky, made Mike's throat close. He tugged Stephen's sleeve. We're not alone. Stephen's gaze cut over his shoulder. I see it. Something else moved. The sun rolled beneath the horizon, flipping the world from copper to bruise purple. In that instant, the figure's outline blurred, as though the last slice of daylight had masked its true anatomy. What remained looked taller, with shoulders that sagged, arms that dangled lower than any man's. Its gait accelerated. Loose dirt sprayed behind every step. Run, Stephen said, voice flat. Mike's legs obeyed before his brain swallowed the command. Track muscles fired. The air sluiced past his ears, muffling everything except the rasp of his own breath. Stephen was shockingly fast, trench coat billowing behind him like a crow's broken wing. They vaulted over a busted culvert, pounded across a narrow footbridge, skidded onto the asphalt of County Route 88. Footsteps 4, 6, 8. Hammered behind them, each thud rolling through the gravel path like a bouncing rock down a canyon. Mike chanced another glance. The pursuer was closer than physics allowed. The head no longer looked human. Hair had sloughed away, leaving a mottled patchwork of pale scalp and torn ears. The legs whipped in a sequence impossible for human hips. Left, right, faster than a jackrabbit's sprint. But the arms were strangest. They no longer pumped for momentum but dragged beneath the torso, fingertips raking dust, gathering speed. Either the creature's spine had extended, or the torso was stretching, unwinding into something serpentine. Mike tore his eyes away. A stitch jabbed his ribs. He fought to keep stride with Stephen, who had pulled a yard ahead. Stephen's voice floated back, crisp in the brittle air. Cut through the orchard. Mike knew the route. Old Mr. Henley's apple orchard bordered this lane and edged right up to Maple Grove, Mike's neighborhood. But that orchard had one problem. The path through it was little more than packed mud, riddled with low branches and half-buried stumps. Easy to trip, easy to slow down. The thing behind them shrieked. A blue phosphorescent glow spilled from its mouth as though its lungs were filled with swamp fire. The light carved gashes across the shadows, illuminating broken fence posts, a rusted tractor skeleton near the ditch. Mike's knees buckled at the sight. He sucked a ragged breath. Stephen veered right, hurdling the ditch. Mike followed on pure adrenaline. Branches slapped faces, twigs clawed legs, but they stayed upright. Apples lay forgotten between fallen leaves, slick underfoot. Twice Mike nearly rolled an ankle on bruised fruit. Each time he swore under his breath. Each time he heard Stephen grunt ahead. Keep going. A minute inside trees feels like an hour, but somehow they emerged onto Maple Grove's eastern sidewalk scarcely winded, though fear was beginning to ossify in Mike's thighs. Porch lights winked through budding lilacs. The pleasant scent of split pine drifted from a chimney. Civilization at last. Then Stephen tripped. Coat tangled in his knees, he pitched forward, rolled head over boots, came up sprawling. Mike skidded to a stop too late. His heel carved a furrow in the lawn, momentum yanking him backwards onto his butt. Pain flared along his tailbone. He forced his eyes up. The creature burst from the orchard gap. Its feet, were they even feet? Hammered on sidewalk concrete, sparking blue light with each impact. It howled, jaws splitting wide enough to unhinge. The mouth poured cold azure radiance across the grass. Mike felt every hair on his arms rise. His mind tried to map the creature's skull structure. Elongated jaw lines, double rows of teeth, but fear blurred details. Get up! He bellowed, scrambling to his own feet. Stephen stared, paralyzed. The blue sheen washed across him, painting him the color of steel. Then something flickered in his eyes. He lunged upward. Mike grabbed Stephen's coat collar and hauled. Together they stumbled through the last yards to Mike's driveway. Heartbeats turned to thunder. The creature was now only a house length away. Mike's house glowed like a lighthouse. Porch bulb, living room lamp, kitchen window golden with warmth. He yanked Stephen across the lawn, up the 2 wooden steps, through the storm door that banged once, slammed the main door behind them and jammed the deadbolt. He leaned his back against it, sucking air, shotgun in his thoughts though it lay forgotten upstairs. Stephen collapsed against the opposite wall, hair matted across his eyes. They stared at one another. Mike wanted to speak, but words dissolved. He could still feel the creature's glow on the skin of his face, as though frostbite had nipped him during the run. Footsteps padded down the hall. Mike's father, Mr. Carlson, wearing reading glasses and holding a paperback, surveyed the foyer with raised brows. Then Mrs. Carlson peeked around the kitchen arch, a dish towel draped over her shoulder, the aroma of cinnamon apple cider trailing behind her. "Boys?" his father asked. "Everything all right?" Mike's voice came out a croak. Someone chased us." His father frowned, set the book aside, and stepped to the window. He peered through the curtains into the calm suburban night. Nothing stirred except the usual hush of dense lawns and distant tires on tar. No blue glow, no tall sagging shape, just wind chimes tinkling from the neighbor's porch. Mrs. Carlson reached to brush mud from Mike's knee. "You look shaken. Stephen, are you staying for dinner?" "I've got plenty." Stephen opened his mouth, shut it, He stared at the family photographs above the shoe rack as if they were coded messages. Eventually, he nodded. Mike's father clapped his shoulder. "Whatever happened out there, you're safe now. Come on. Hot cider, boys. Best cure for a fright." But Mike couldn't let go. He slipped to the window beside his dad. He scanned every shadow between hedges. His skin expected the blue illumination to cascade from behind a shed or a pine trunk. He waited for claws to scrape across concrete. Nothing. The ordinary night smelled of wood smoke and autumn. Stephen drifted closer, stomach growling at the smell of pork roast. He leaned near Mike's ear, whisper quiet. "Don't talk about it right now." Mike swallowed. "Did you see its eyes?" "I saw its hunger." "Was it human?" "No." "Was it?" "We're alive," Stephen said, his voice steely. "That's what matters." Mrs. Carlson called them to the table. Plates gleamed under pendant lamps. Mashed potatoes steamed like small mountains. The normalcy tasted almost bitter after what they had seen. Mike managed to spoon gravy onto meatloaf without spilling. Stephen sipped cider, his hand shaking only once. Conversation flowed around them. His father describing a coworker's practical joke. His mother reminding Mike about a dentist appointment. Stephen offered polite nods. No one mentioned running at dusk or blue light or jaws wider than any skull. For 10 minutes, Mike believed maybe they truly had outrun the nightmare and left it locked outside. Then a soft thud came from the porch, too heavy for a falling leaf, too soft for a boot. The house fell silent. Mike's spoon hovered above potatoes. Stephen's pupils widened. His mother's knuckles tightened around her mug. A second thud. Something pressing weight on the wooden porch boards, testing them. A slow slide, as though claws scraped paint. Mike's father rose, forced a neighborly grin. Probably raccoons after the pumpkins. He strode to the foyer, confidence built on decades of normal nights. Stephen's chair scraped. He shook his head once at Mike. "Stay." But Mike's feet ignored him. He followed his father, limbs tingling. Together they reached the door. Mr. Carlson unlocked the deadbolt, swung open the door with bravado, and found nothing but crisp air. The porch was empty except for 2 jack-o'-lanterns grinning lopsidedly. A single apple core lay on the doormat. Mike's father chuckled, jittery. "You boys must have dropped this." He bent to pick up the core. Mike's lungs squeezed. "Dad, don't." The porch light flashed out. Cold flooded the doorway. Something exhaled. A breath so cold it vaporized in the glow of the living room lamp behind them. A blue light flared across the porch, illuminating the edge of a coat. A glimpse of ragged teeth. The dark hollow of a maw big enough to swallow daylight. Mr. Carlson froze, apple core in hand. Mike grabbed his sleeve and yanked him back. Stephen slammed the door with sudden strength. Wood rattled in its frame. Mr. Carlson's eyes were wide, his calm cracked. "What in God's name?" "Deadbolt," Stephen hissed. He shot it home. Then he flipped the chain, the secondary bolt, everything. Mrs. Carlson called from the dining room, voice rising. Mike shouted that everything was fine, but it wasn't. Through the door, he heard the boards creak under shifting weight. A faint lap, slurp, against the door's bottom edge, as if a tongue tasted the threshold. Stephen whispered, "It found us. Light doesn't matter. Walls don't matter." Mike's father snapped back from the door. "Call the police." "The phone's in the kitchen," Mike said, remembering his dropped cell, shattered somewhere along the orchard path. He sprinted down the hallway, Stephen close behind. Mrs. Carlson appeared, blocking their path. "What is happening?" she demanded. "Something outside." Mike grabbed the cordless phone. Beeped once, then died. Screen blank. The house's landline had been fine earlier. Electrical, not battery. He jabbed the power button. Nothing. Stephen swore under his breath. Mrs. Carlson pointed to the pantry. "Old rotary phone. Never fails." They rushed to the broom closet. Mike yanked a cardboard box aside, revealing a dusty beige handset. He lifted the receiver. Silence. No dial tone. In the living room, the porch lamp flickered on again, casting long shadows across the foyer. Mr. Carlson yelled, "It's moving!" Back window. Mike bolted back. The creature's silhouette slipped across the picture window, impossibly graceful, limbs bending backward. Its head grazed the gutter, yet it crouched low to peer inside. Blue smoke seeped from its parted lips. Something shattered in the kitchen. Mrs. Carlson screamed. Mike wheeled in time to see a blue glow slicing through the back door's glass pane. A talon hooked the doorknob from inside, twisting, snapping brass. The door swung open. Cold air rushed inside, carrying the stench of rotten leaves and ancient pond water. Stephen stepped between Mrs. Carlson and the door. His trench coat flared as he raised both arms like a shield. The creature paused on the threshold, luminous mouth agape. For a long heartbeat, nothing happened except the tick of the wall clock. Mike realized Stephen was whispering, soft, urgent syllables that sounded like Latin or older. His eyes, no longer hidden by contacts, gleamed bright gray. The creature's shoulders rose, then dropped. The blue inside its chest dimmed a shade. Stephen's whisper grew louder, rhythmic. Mike's father backed toward the hallway, ushering his wife behind him. Mike could not move. The scene pinned him like a nail. The monster advanced one step. Stephen pressed his palms outward, voice cracking on unfamiliar consonants. The beast's glow faltered again, sputtering like a candle in water. It hissed. Mike expected it to lunge, to tear through human bone with those rake-like fingers. Instead, it retreated one shuffle. His chest heaved. It made a noise, something halfway between a sob and a growl. Stephen's whisper ceased. A final word hissed from his lips, and his brow glistened with sweat. The creature exhaled blue smoke that drifted upward like dying campfire sparks. Then it turned, slithered across the porch, and vanished into the night. Silence returned. No footsteps, no wind, only the ticking clock and 4 sets of labored breathing. Mike collapsed to his knees, strength abandoned. His mother whimpered. His father stepped forward, hand on Stephen's shoulder. "Son, what did you say to it?" Stephen wiped his mouth. The old language, words it recognizes, told it to leave. Mike stared. "How do you know that?" Stephen's eyes reflected porch light, old eyes in a young face. "My family keeps the words. We dress in black for a reason." Mrs. Carlson hugged her son so hard he gasped. Mike's thoughts tangled. Shovel the broken glass. Call neighbors. Lock every door again. Ask Stephen to finish explaining. But nothing coherent formed. Only one truth burned bright. Stephen, the boy Mike had labeled freak, had just saved them all. Mr. Carlson ushered everyone to the living room. They shut curtains, switched on every lamp. No one ate dinner. Coffee brewed, though no one asked for it. Mike's father phoned the police on his cell. The officer promised to patrol the area, though his tone carried skepticism. How could anyone describe what had prowled their porch? They agreed not to mention blue fire or shrieking slurps. Only a very large intruder. Hours dragged. The police cruiser's headlights swept the street twice, then disappeared. Midnight found the Carlson family and one shaken teenager still gathered around the cold pot of coffee, faces pale under the kitchen fluorescence. Stephen refused the guest bedroom. He sat in a dining room chair, trench coat draped across his knees, eyes fixed on the back door as if expecting it to breathe again. Near 2 a.m., Mike's father insisted the house was secure. His mother guided Stephen to Mike's room, pressed extra blankets into his arms. Mike lay awake on the floor while Stephen took the bed. Neither slept. They listened for slurps, for creaks. Only the heating ducts sighed. At dawn, sunlight poured golden through blinds. No broken branches in the yard, no footprints in the mud. Nothing except an apple core on the porch rail, already browning. Mike picked it up with trembling fingers. He dropped it into the trash and turned to Stephen, who watched with sober calm. "You're not normal," Mike said, voice husky with awe. Stephen nodded once. "Neither is the world. Will it come back?" Stephen considered. "Probably. Not tonight. But someday." Mike felt the answer settle like cold lead. Yet alongside fear bloomed respect. He offered a hand. Stephen hesitated, then clasped it, grip firm, warm. Whatever came next, Mike knew he would not face it alone. Eve woke up to the sound of birds outside her window and the smell of dust and cardboard hanging in the mild spring air. It was her first morning in the new house, though new was only true for her and her mother. The place itself had been standing for generations. Still, it felt like a miracle. For as long as Eve could remember, she and her mother had shared a cramped nursery in an apartment so small the kitchen and living room practically overlapped. Now they had a tiny but charming two-bedroom cottage, gifted, at least in name, by her grandmother. When Eve had stepped inside the day before, she had been certain some kind of mistake had happened. The living room carpet was thick and spotless. The windows opened without groaning. Not even a single cockroach skittered underfoot when the lights came on. Everyone she knew complained about mice in the walls, but these walls sounded hollow and clean. Though the cottage was modest, it felt palatial to Eve. After the movers slid the last box off the dolly and rolled away, Eve and her mother hauled their few belongings inside. A sagging sofa, a rickety coffee table, a low bookshelf, 2 mattresses, and a pair of battered dressers that had been painted and repainted more times than anyone could recall. Eve's mother, cheeks flushed with excitement and fatigue, stretched and announced that they should each claim a bedroom. Eve hardly needed the invitation. She dashed down the short hall, opened the first door on the right, and stopped so abruptly she almost stumbled. Someone, perhaps decades ago, had chosen warm mocha paint for the bedroom walls. Sunlight streaming through the single large window made the color glow like hot chocolate. The hardwood floor, newly polished, reflected bright flecks of light. From door frame to far wall, the room felt expansive, at least to a 7-year-old used to tiptoeing around toy piles to keep from tripping over her mother's heels in the night. She imagined a proper bed, an actual nightstand, maybe even a desk where she could draw pictures of the neighbor's tabby. She pictured herself inviting imaginary friends for tea parties or practicing cartwheels without banging her head on a changing table. In that moment, Eve forgot about the missing TV, the leaky kettle, and the chipped plates they'd brought from their old place. She had freedom and space, and that was priceless. While her mother and grandmother unpacked in the living room, placing plates in the kitchen cupboard, stacking blankets in a wicker basket, Eve wandered the perimeter of her new kingdom. She ran her palm along the smooth wall, traced the glossy frame of the window, tapped the radiator grill, and finally stopped at the closet door. It was painted white, all but glowing against the mocha backdrop, and its brass knob had a faint green patina that caught the sunlight. Something about that knob looked almost regal, like a doorknob in a storybook castle. With a curious grin, Eve grabbed it and twisted. The latch clicked and the door creaked inward on its hinges, releasing a puff of air that smelled of dry cedar and thyme. The closet interior was surprisingly deep, 3 child-sized steps, Eve estimated, and its back wall was sturdy pine rather than flimsy plaster. A single wooden rod spanned the space, and upon that rod dangled one wire hanger. Dangling from that hanger was a dress. Eve blinked, surprised the closet hadn't been empty. The dress seemed to float in the dim light, faintly swaying as if caught in a breeze that didn't exist. It was a rich, unusual shade. Not quite red, not quite violet, but a deep, velvety wine that reminded Eve of raspberries bobbing in syrup. Tiny stitches glimmered at the hem and along the waistline. She stepped closer and noticed the fabric's weave was tight and fine, nothing like the thick cotton she and her mother usually found on discount racks. Eve felt her breath catch in her throat. If there was ever such a thing as the perfect dress, she was convinced she had found it. Eve reached out and pinched the sleeve between thumb and forefinger. The cloth felt cool, almost silky, though it carried a faint mustiness, as if it had hung untouched for decades. Size-wise, it looked slightly large for her, but not enormous. With a proper wash and maybe a few stitches on the straps, it would be perfect. The idea filled her with such excitement she could hardly stand still. She pulled the hanger free, marching into the bedroom and laying the dress across both arms as if presenting it in a parade. She couldn't stop herself. She hurried toward the hallway, calling "Mama, Mama," in a breathless squeal. Her mother and grandmother were mid-conversation, something about the mortgage papers, when Eve skidded to a halt in the living room. Her mother's eyebrows lifted, ready to ask what all the fuss was about. Before the question formed, Her grandmother's gaze fell on the dress, and the older woman's posture stiffened. Lines in her face deepened like an earthquake in slow motion. With surprising speed, she thrust out her hand and barked one word, "No!" The boom of her voice echoed against the bare walls. Eve froze, arms wilting under the sudden weight of the dress. Her mother blinked, stunned. Never had Eve's grandmother, fierce but affectionate, shouted like that. The old woman hobbled forward, snatched the dress by its hem, and held it at arm's length as though it were a flame. Eve's mother found her voice first. "Mom, what's going on?" "This," the grandmother said, peering at the dress with eyes that mingled alarm and sorrow, "is not for children." She looked at Eve. "It is very old, very fragile. You'll tear it without meaning to." Before mother or daughter could protest, she marched down the hall, returned the dress to its hanger, slid it deep into the closet, and closed the door. A soft metallic click signaled that she locked it. Only then did she return to the living room, smoothing her skirt and gathering her composure. When she saw Eve's lip trembling with disappointment, she lowered to one knee and patted the girl's shoulder, though her expression remained guarded. Eve's mother opened her mouth to demand an explanation, but her own mother shook her head lightly, a silent plea to wait until the 7-year-old wasn't listening. The conversation petered out into unpacking instructions: where to store pans, how soon to replace the leaky faucet, and the mysterious, beautiful dress was not mentioned again. At least not aloud. Days passed. Eve learned which kitchen cabinet held breakfast cereal, which floorboard squeaked, and which window let in the best light for coloring books. Yet in quiet moments her mind drifted to that closet. She pictured the dress shimmering in the darkness, waiting, as though it were lonely. To a 7-year-old, secrets weigh more than grown-ups realize. The dress felt less like forbidden fruit and more like a friend unfairly taken away. Eve's mother found an inexpensive dresser at a thrift store, a small miracle given their budget. She painted its sides with rolling hills, blue sky, and bright poppies to cheer Eve's room. Eve smiled and thanked her, but inside she thought, "My room would look even prettier if the dress hung on the back of the door, like decoration." Summer turned into autumn. The forest behind the house splashed orange and gold. At school, Eve learned double-digit subtraction and glued neon leaves to construction paper trees. She saw other kids bring toys for show and tell: a glittery tiara, a stuffed fox, a junior firefighter's hat, and in her mind she imagined unveiling her precious silk dress. She pictured classmates gasping, teacher praising. Before she could finish daydreaming, she remembered her grandmother's booming "no," and her shoulders drooped. Then came November's first weekend. Eve's mother announced she would travel to a vendor convention 2 hours away, leaving Saturday morning and returning Sunday evening. Hiring a babysitter for 2 days would cost more than the weekend's earnings, so she arranged for Eve to stay alone, provided instructions to visit the kindly neighbor Mrs. Ramirez if there was trouble, and to phone at any sign of distress. She knew her daughter well. Eve could prepare toast, microwave soup, and dial numbers if she needed adult help. Besides, Grandma lived 15 minutes away, busy, yes, but reachable in an emergency. Eve kissed her mother goodbye, promised to behave, and watched the car disappear down the street. When red taillights vanished beyond the curve, her determination surfaced like bubbles in soda. She hurried to the bedroom. The closet door greeted her with silence, but she heard the tick of the lock sliding when she tried the knob. Eve pulled a bobby pin from her hair. Her mother had shown her those movies about clever spies picking locks. Straightening the metal piece, she inserted it into the keyhole and jiggled. Nothing. She tried again, twisting gently, and felt something shift. Click. Heart thundering. She withdrew the makeshift key, turned the knob, and opened the door. Dusty cedar air rolled out. The dress hung exactly where she last saw it, a little dim and crinkled, but still lovely. Eve reached, and as the wire hanger squeaked against the rod, she half expected her grandmother to burst in. No one came. She carried the dress to the bed, laid it out, and traced the embroidery along its hem. It gave off the faintest earthy aroma, like an old trunk in an attic. To Eve, that scent felt nostalgic and comforting, as though the garment itself contained memories of laughter. She slipped out of her t-shirt and shorts, leaving her underwear on. Then she shimmied into the silky material. It slid over her shoulders, the neck hole cool against her collarbones. She studied herself in the full-length mirror, tilting her head. The dress hung loosely from her thin frame, no surprise, but it didn't swallow her entirely. She spun, the skirt fluttering like petals. She tried lifting the straps to imagine altering them. A washing machine cycle, a little sewing, maybe it would fit soon. Giddy, she decided not to take it off. She would wear it for the rest of the day. Alone in the yard, feeding imaginary horses, playing with the neighbor's cat if it wandered close. She would even sleep in it. Her mother wouldn't notice as long as she hid under blankets. And by Sunday night, she could slip it back into the closet long before headlights rolled into the driveway. Outside, she pranced on sun-warmed grass, dress billowing, hair loosening from her bun. The afternoon felt magical, as if the hummingbirds perched in trees watched her princess transformation. When dusk arrived, she warmed leftover soup, curled in front of a cartoon, and dreamed of showing her mother the tailored version one day. That night, she dozed off wrapped in the dress. Morning light woke her. She stretched, and the fabric did not sway. Instead, it clung, snug at shoulders and waist. She frowned, padding to the mirror. The dress fit better, too well. Straps sat flush against skin. Skirt brushed her knees exactly. Bodice hugged her ribs. Eve puzzled. Had she grown overnight? Or had she been wearing it wrong yesterday? She dismissed the thought. Perfect fit was a good thing. She solved the breakfast riddle, toast with jam, and spent Sunday playing exactly as before. Each hour the sky darkened. Her excitement mingled with a nagging worry about placing the dress back. Could she hide it until next weekend? Could she persuade her grandmother to relent? As evening candles flickered, she promised herself she'd return it right before bedtime. Only bedtime came and she hesitated. She approached the closet, dress hues gleaming under lamplight, and she could not bear to peel it away. If she removed it, she feared the magic might vanish, and the dress would go back to being locked behind cedar boards. So she climbed into bed once more, vowing to hide the dress under school clothes Monday morning. Sunrise Monday delivered a new shock. The dress gripped like second skin. Eve's t-shirt barely slid over it. Her jeans pinched where the dress fabric gathered. In the mirror, she noticed the shimmering wine color appeared brighter, almost radiant, as if threads had drunk sunlight overnight. She brushed fingertips along the waist seam and felt nothing. No edge. The cloth transitioned into her body without a ridge. She swallowed uneasily but shrugged into her backpack and walked to school. No one seemed to notice. Classmates called greetings. Teachers explained fractions. At recess, she sat on the swings, glancing at her lap, feeling the dress pulse faintly with each heartbeat. Yet no pain accompanied it, only a mild pressure like wearing a snug wristband. She returned home, changed into pajamas. In reality, mere shorts over the dress, and heated leftover lasagna. Every mirror she passed whispered that the fabric looked even more tailored, but she avoided staring too long. She read a storybook and fell asleep despite the uneasy flutter in her stomach. Tuesday morning, she walked to the bathroom for a quick wash. She reached to pull one strap aside, but it refused to budge. Closer inspection revealed the cloth had melded with her shoulder. She tried pinching the edge. Nothing lifted. She dug a fingernail beneath. Sting of pain shot up her arm. Retracting her hand, she saw a bead of blood and a tiny flap of torn skin. Panic tightened her throat. She pressed a tissue to the spot, tears prickling her eyes. She ran to her bedroom, shut the door, and faced the mirror, heart hammering. With trembling fingers, she tried again at the hem near her thigh. Same result. The dress felt fused. In desperation, she opened the drawer for tweezers, pinched the seam, and tugged. A strip of skin lifted with the fabric. Raw red. She gasped, dropping the tweezers. This wasn't normal cloth. The dress had become part of her. Terror welled up. She wanted her mother, but Mom was at work and unreachable until lunch break. Instead, she grabbed the landline and called Grandma. On the third ring, the familiar creaky voice answered. Breathless, Eve explained everything. The locking closet, the stolen dress, the sudden tightness, the bleeding. Silence on the other end lasted so long she feared the call had dropped. At last Grandma whispered, "Child, tell me honestly, how many days have you worn it?" Eve stumbled through counting. "Since Saturday morning." Her grandmother let out a long sigh that sounded like wind through trees. 3 days. Then we are nearly out of time." "Out of time for what?" Eve squeaked. Grandma's reply was cryptic. "Stay calm. Do not try to remove it again. I'm coming." 20 minutes later, Grandma's aging hatchback rolled into the driveway. Eve opened the door before the knock. Her grandmother's stern face tried to appear soft, but lines cut deep around her eyes. She guided Eve to the sofa, rolled up the dress's left sleeve, though calling it a sleeve now felt wrong. The fabric simply thinned gradually into skin. Grandma's fingertips traced where thread met flesh. Her frown deepened. "There is an old story in our family," she began, voice a soft rasp. "Long ago, before your great-great-grandmother was born, our ancestors practiced rituals. They believed a spirit watched over them, a spirit who fed on vitality. To keep it satisfied, they offered garments fashioned from its own essence. Anyone who wore the garment too long became nourishment." Eve shook, tears sliding silently. "Is it eating me?" Grandma continued. "If worn for a day, the cloth can be removed with little harm. After 2 days, it clings. After 3, it begins merging, first the outer skin, then beneath. After 7 days, the wearer is beyond help. All life drains into the garment until none remains." Eve stared wide-eyed. That meant only 4 days remained until Sunday night would mark day 7. Already the dress had drunk blood. She felt no pain beyond minor stings, but dread made her chest heavy. "We must try," Grandma said. She fetched sewing shears and a small vial of clear oil from her purse. In the kitchen, she boiled water, sprinkled herbs, murmured words in a language Eve did not know. She returned, dabbed the oil along the dress's neckline. The fabric sizzled faintly, emitted a smell like burnt sugar mixed with rust. Grandma poised the scissor blades and snipped at the strap. Metal jerked as if hitting leather. She pressed harder. The blade snapped, springing apart. Grandma hissed in frustration. "The bond is strong." Eve's mother came home early after hurried messages from Grandma. She burst through the door with wild eyes. Upon seeing the scissor fragments, she demanded hospitals, surgeons, anything. Grandma shook her head. Ordinary blades could not sever spirit flesh. Hospitals would only carve living tissue away, leaving veins severed, arteries open. The patient would bleed faster than doctors could clamp. Hope dwindled. Over the next days, they tried desperate measures in secret: salt baths, ice packs, gentle tugs with silk gloves, but nothing parted dress from child. Eve's skin grew pale, cheeks hollowed. She felt constantly thirsty, as if every sip of water evaporated. Eating became a chore. Food seemed to vanish before reaching her stomach. The dress's color deepened to a near-black burgundy, as though filling with dark wine. Friday night, Grandma prepared what she called the final ritual. She drew chalk symbols on the hardwood floor, placed candles at points, and guided Eve to stand in the circle. Flames flickered, shadows danced. Grandma chanted old words, voice quavering yet resolute. Eve's mother clutched her daughter's hand, whispering encouragement through tears. At the ritual's crescendo, the candles flared blue-white. The dress rippled as if alive, its folds undulating. For a heartbeat, Eve felt a strange tug inside, like something trying to rip loose. She screamed as gauzy threads emerged from her skin, red, wet fibers stretching outward, weaving into the dress's seams. Grandma cried louder, thrusting her hands toward the ceiling, pleading for release. But the tug reversed. Threads snapped back. Pain exploded in Eve's chest. The candles extinguished in unison, plunging the room into darkness. Grandma's frail body slumped against the wall, defeated. Eve spent Saturday in bed, drifting in and out of restless dreams. She felt weightless and heavy at once, as though suspended in warm syrup. Her mother hovered nearby, wiping Eve's forehead with a damp cloth, holding her hand. Occasionally, Eve half-woke to sounds of Grandma murmuring apologies. Sunday dawned bright and bitterly cold. Frost-crusted window edges. Inside, Eve's breath came shallow. Her eyes, once shining hazel, were now dull gold, reflecting the dress's hue. Her lips cracked. She no longer felt hunger or thirst, only the slow hum of her heart. That afternoon, she whispered faint words. "Mama, thank you." Her mother sobbed openly. In those final hours, the dress's fabric turned glossy, smooth. No wrinkles, no dust. A perfect garment shaped exactly to a child who no longer moved. As the sun slanted low, Eve's chest rose once, twice, and then stilled. When silence settled, Grandma led her daughter from the room, promising to arrange what had to come next. Yet fear of seeing the dress mere minutes later kept them from re-entering. They stayed in the living room, arms around each other, crying until exhaustion won, and they drifted into troubled sleep. Morning light knifed through kitchen curtains. Birds chirped as though nothing had happened. Eve's mother woke on the sofa, lids crusted with tears. Dread returned. She must face her child. She braced herself, crossed the hall, hand trembling on the bedroom doorknob. She opened it slowly. No body lay on the bed. Sheets were smooth, pillow undented. The air felt crisp, not stale. There, centered atop the blanket, rested the dress. It looked freshly laundered, carefully arranged, hem folded over, straps placed neatly. Except now it appeared several inches shorter, exactly the size for a young girl. Eve's mother collapsed to her knees, wailing into the silence. Grandma, drawn by the cry, entered, saw, and closed her eyes. "It has finished its meal," she whispered, "and now waits for the next hungry heart." They cremated the dress that afternoon, or tried to. Flames licked silk. Fabric refused to char. Only when Grandma added salts and herbs did it finally curl, blacken, and crumble to ash. The smoke smelled of sweetness and sorrow. They buried the remains in a tin box behind the house, beneath the biggest oak. Weeks later, the cupboard still rattled every midnight with faint fabric-ripping sounds. Eve's mother sold the cottage, donated furniture, moved to a one-room apartment, unable to bear echoes. Rumors spread. New owners complained of closet doors creaking, of feeling tugged by unseen threads. And in attic trunks across the countryside, perhaps another garment waits. A scarf, a shawl, a ribbon, that once belonged to a family who bargained with hungry gods. I am going to tell you every detail I can remember about the winter trip I took with my father when I was in middle school. It is a memory I revisit often, partly because it was one of the best stretches of time I ever spent with him, and partly because of what we saw in the last cold hours we stayed at that campground. I have told fragments of the story to friends over the years, but this time I want to set it down carefully, step by step, the way I relive it whenever the season turns and the trees outside my window stand bare under a bright moon. I was 12 years old and still growing awkwardly into my limbs, one of those children who feels a little too tall when lining up in school photographs. My father worked in an office that kept him away from home long hours. My middle school life was ruled by bells, homework sheets, cafeteria noise, and the glow of whatever game or video caught my attention once classes ended. My father loved camping because it cut all of that away. No emails, no homework packets, no ringing phones, only the quiet world he felt he lost each time he rushed to work in the dark. Every school break he would put a date on the calendar, and as long as it did not clash with an important holiday visit or a school function we could not avoid, that date meant a new campsite, a new map, and another zipper run on the old canvas tent he used before I was born. When winter break arrived that year, he surprised me with reservations at a site we had never tried. The name of the campground, ironically, has vanished from both our memories. We have looked at old brochures, pored over ranger maps, searched through boxes of family photographs, and still it refuses to come back. All I can say is that it sat somewhere in the mountains of our region, a drive of a few hours from home, tucked between hardwood forest and a ribbon of creek that curved like a narrow question mark through the valley. The water, in most seasons, probably meandered gently, But when we arrived, the week had already offered one long soaking rain. Rivulets still glided down ditches next to the dirt road, and the ground under every pine needle and oak leaf held mud as slick as clay. My father's truck rattled to a stop beside the numbered post for our sight. The air smelled of leaf litter and distant wood smoke from campers 2 loops away. Our breath came out in white curls, and the hush of winter settled around us like a heavy coat. Only an occasional jay's cry or a faint bustle of squirrels disturbed the stillness. He turned off the engine, stretched, and reached back to tousle my hair, a silent signal that we had left all the bright screens and school schedules behind. Setting up camp with my father always followed the same rhythm. He handled the larger canvas tent, hammering stakes, threading poles, checking tension. I unpacked sleeping bags, laid ground cloths, sorted cooking pots, and scouted for fallen limbs we could feed into that first evening's fire. On the first afternoon, while he knelt inside the half-raised tent, I decided to wander down the short slope toward the creek. I was taken by the murmur of water and by the way afternoon sunlight flashed on the wet stones. I trudged across mushy earth, boots making soft sucking noises, until I stepped onto the smooth bar of sand nearest the flow. The very first unusual sign appeared there: paw prints. I crouched low, my knees almost brushing mud, and studied them. I had grown up leafing through animal track guides for fun, and I recognized right away that these prints resembled the classic dog or coyote shape. For toes, a heel pad that came to a neat curve. Yet they did not look right. Each toe ended in an extended groove, as though a long claw had pressed deeper than usual. The prints themselves were longer than they were wide, not the rounder print most dogs leave. And the size, my hand could almost fit inside one print from heel to toe. The bunch of tracks marched in a zigzag along the bank, dipping now and then to the creek as if the animal had drunk the night before. I called up to my father, who paused from tying guy lines and came to inspect my find. He whistled softly. We considered options. A very large stray dog? Perhaps a wanderer from a nearby farm? We both knew coyotes lived in these hills, but coyotes rarely grew that large, and their nails did not usually leave such sharp lines. Still, the inference we settled on was simply big coyote, maybe 2. We took mental note and promised to store food carefully. Then evening drew us to the fire ring, where the smell of wood smoke chased away every anxiety. Daytime during that trip blended the usual pleasures of winter camping. We brewed coffee and instant cocoa on a compact stove, fished in the creek though the water was cold enough to numb fingers, and carried sandwiches into the hills on an improvised hike. Branches cracked under our boots. Wind sighed through pine tops. Crows hopped along clearings, waiting for crumbs. In the hush between conversation and footfall, we sometimes heard faint sounds behind the ridge. A distant howl, a deep bark, a short yip. Each time we paused, listening hard, and each time the sound faded quickly, leaving us guessing whether it belonged to coyotes or to some dog gone feral. The mystery added a frisson of tension, yet nothing felt overtly threatening. When we returned each dusk, meal chores filled our focus. On the second day, while my father sharpened the hatchet near the fire pit, I followed the same slope to the creek to test the water depth again. That was when I noticed scars on a beech tree further downstream. The tree stood perhaps a yard wide, its smooth gray bark rising nearly flawless until at about 8 feet, for gashes sliced diagonally across the trunk. They looked fresh. The edges still oozed pale sap. The interior would bright against the outer skin. I reached overhead and could just graze the lowest edge of one cut, so the full arch of the claw had started well beyond my reach. My imagination produced various culprits. A bear reared up in warning, though the grooves were too narrow. A prankster with some metal tool, though the cuts were oddly organic. Or perhaps one of those big coyotes hopping upward to mark territory. The last seemed least likely, yet we had no better explanation. I remember pressing 2 fingertips against the bark, feeling the sticky sap, and swallowing. I did not like how raw the wounds appeared. That night, by the fire, we discussed the marks. My father listened patiently, frowning at intervals, but gently shrugged. We were in wild country. Many creatures traveled these woods. Most left humans alone. We still had basic precautions. We stored coolers in the truck bed under tarp, never left food scraps out, kept a lantern handy if we had to step away from camp at night. His calm settled me, and the next hours we roasted marshmallows, telling silly tales of how teachers might behave if they were secret superheroes. Yet the woods themselves began to express a different tone with each sunset. You learn, when you spend nights outdoors, to accept the orchestra of darkness. The cricket's rhythmic pulse, the occasional owl hooting from some unseen perch, the rustle of mice at leaf litter. On the third night, that natural music muffled into near silence. Our fire crackled plainly audible 50 feet out. Beyond that circle, no chirp answered, no night bird called. Even the wind seemed to pause. Twice I muttered about the hush, and my father answered with a quiet hum, as though singing might fill the void. When we climbed into sleeping bags, the only sound was the pop of embers and the faint roil of creek water. Inside the tent, lying awake because cold air nipped my nose, I heard a new noise far off, an elongated howl that did not fit the coyote yips I knew. It started low, climbed until the pitch trembled in that thin space between an animal cry and a human moan, then fell away. Something about the vibration knotted my stomach. I glanced at my father's shape, saw him stir. "Coyotes," he whispered, half-sleep, maybe reassuring himself. The next howl echoed from a different direction, like a call and answer. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter, pictured the large prints by the creek, and closed eyes hard. The days that followed repeated that pattern. Normal hiking, normal fishing, strange clues. We found more prints, a pair of them across saturated soil near the latrine, and those prints looked deeper, as if the creature had paused to sniff the air. On one early afternoon, I followed distant flickers of movement and glimpsed, through tangled birch saplings, a shape trotting. Only a second, but enough to see it traveled upright, not on four legs. The outline registered like a large dog balanced on hind limbs, ears up, back slightly hunched, before it vanished into brown trunks. I did not tell my father right away because the mind is good at ridiculing itself. Maybe I saw a hiker wearing heavy fur hood. Maybe light played tricks. Maybe. But privately, I made mental maps of where the nearest ranger station might be, how long it would take to reach the truck if we grabbed only essentials. We had planned a full week out there, 7 nights. The 5th night remains carved into memory with surgical precision. The moon was full and high, throwing silver onto frost that formed over valley grass. We ate a simple stew and sat shoulder to shoulder on camp stools, him telling stories from his own 8th grade year. How he and a friend built a ramp behind the school to launch bicycles. How they broke the ramp before first use. How the janitor confiscated their hammer but let them keep the nails if they promised homework first. I laughed, poked at the fire, and looked up at the sky crowded with stars. The twig snaps sounded maybe 20 yards away, a crisp report in the hush. We both turned. In the relight of flames, my father's face tightened. He rose slowly, placing his body between mine and the darkness, and with one hand motioned me to stand behind him. I obeyed, partly from trust, partly because I sensed the tension rolling off him. Leaves rustled. A shape emerged from the gloom between fir trunks. Actually, 2 shapes. At first I thought they were deer, because they walked on hind legs bent slightly forward the way deer stand on 2 legs when rousting apples from low branches. But the silhouettes were wrong. Shoulders too broad, heads not crowned by antlers but topped by pointed ears. One figure reached maybe 6 feet, the other shorter by a head. Their posture was not balanced like humans. Their spines arched, long arms dangling at sides, ending in fingers that hooked slightly. Those hands alone triggered alarm. They looked eerily dexterous. A third form glided into view behind them, and everything in my body locked. Taller than my father by nearly 2 feet, broader across chest, the parent, because every instinct screamed that this was a parent, held itself with a kind of alert authority. Its fur, thick and dark, shimmered graphite under moonlight. Yellow eyes caught the fire's flicker and threw it back like 2 chips of metal. The pupils were vertical slits, but wide enough to drink in all light. Its muzzle tapered to a black nose. Lips curled slightly to reveal teeth longer than my thumbs. I felt my father inhale. My own breath stayed stuck halfway. My mind cataloged details. The rise and fall of its ribs, the way the smaller pair stayed almost touching its sides, one of them tilting its head in curiosity, the faint steam drifting from nostrils in cold air. Despite terror, a strange thought flickered. They looked shy of us, not overtly aggressive. The huge one stepped forward, placed a long-fingered hand on the smaller juvenile's back, and guided it closer, as though demonstrating something. Then, in one oddly gentle gesture, it bent at the waist, slid an arm under the smallest creature's torso, and lifted it against its chest. The young one curled its claws across the bigger creature's forearm, like a toddler clinging to a parent's neck. The older juvenile remained on the ground but edged near those sturdy legs. No growl came, no snarl, no snap of jaws. The parent's eyes flicked from fire to my father to me. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst through layers of fleece and jacket. My father's stance was protective yet helpless. He had no weapon but a camp shovel leaning against a log, and even that felt inadequate. After a long moment, the large creature emitted a deep bark. A single resonant note, nothing like any dog I have heard. It sounded more like a vocal signal, permission to move. Then the trio turned as one, glided back past the trees, and melted into the night. We heard the crunch of leaves for perhaps 2 seconds, a soft rustle, then silence thickened again. I realized only then that my knees were shaking. My father exhaled slowly, lowering his shoulders. Neither of us spoke. In the still firelight, we packed essential gear: stove, pots, lanterns, sleeping bags, moving automatically, muscles driven by adrenaline. We quenched the fire with a pot of water, stirred ashes hastily until they hissed. He left tent poles staked because cold metal slowed fingers. We loaded truck bed in tense silence, glancing at the dark line where forest began. Nothing stirred. Even in that moment, I half expected glowing eyes to reappear, but the woods remained only woods. We drove out before midnight. The one-lane dirt road twisted endlessly. At the first crossroads, he pulled over, cut the engine, and we sat listening to the heater tick. Finally, he whispered, "We're okay." I nodded. Words felt fragile. Home welcomed us with ordinary electric glow. My mother woke, surprised but relieved. We offered a vague explanation. An animal encounter, better safe than sorry. I slept little. Images looped behind eyelids. Claws curling in moonlight, fur ruffling in slight breeze, sharp maternal bark. Years passed. We have not taken another winter trip. Summer trips resumed eventually, but we choose well-frequented campgrounds where cars crowd parking zones and rangers patrol after dusk. My father and I speak of that night rarely, only sometimes on late drives when highways stretch empty and the sky glimmers full. Each of us wonders whether what we saw was flesh and blood or something mythic that brushed our path like a storybook stepping into real life. We marvel at the tenderness the large creature showed its young, at the lack of overt hostility. We wonder if we glimpsed a family as startled by us as we were by them, living quiet and unseen along that creek until fate placed 2 human intruders by a fire. I cannot name what they were. Werewolves? Dogmen? Some relic species that evaded photographs and academic journals? My rational mind lists impossibilities, yet memory overrides logic. I know what I saw. The elongated paw prints with claw grooves, the high slashes on beech bark, the hush that fell nightly over normal forest noise, the merging of wolf and person shapes standing under the full moon. Every winter when the wind carries through leaf-bare branches, that drawn-out hybrid howl sometimes echoes in my dreams, half animal, half human, calling across distance. I have wondered if they watched us the entire week, deciding whether we were threat or curiosity. Perhaps the cubs strayed too near our warmth, and the parent came to retrieve them, cautioning them away from the strange 2-legged creatures by demonstrating presence rather than violence. Whatever the truth, the lesson remained. The woods hold stories older than human campfires, and sometimes those stories step into the clearing just long enough to remind us we are guests. I cling to one comfort. When the great creature lifted that smallest one, I did not see malice. I saw something like careful concern. Strong arms shielding young, guiding them back into dark shelter where they belonged. Even monsters, it seems, understand family. Still, on cold nights, when reflection turns vivid, I lock eyes again with that parent. I feel the weight of its stare, silent, assessing, powerful. I imagine its keen hearing tracking us as we packed, its sensitive nose cataloging our fear. I imagine it standing at the threshold of the forest long after we drove away, breathing clouds of vapor into frosted light, perhaps relieved the noisy humans were gone, perhaps sad that its territory had been trespassed, perhaps simply continuing existence as it had for countless winters. Guarding, hunting, raising offspring beyond the maps of ordinary people. And I wonder if other campers ever find paw prints by that creek, or gashes on a beech trunk, or hear the hush when all crickets cease, and choose, like we did, to leave the woods to what lives there before something steps between the trees, patient and tall and watching. I grew up in Red Wing, Minnesota, a place where the bluffs lean over the Mississippi, and the woods start only a few blocks past the last streetlight. All my childhood memories are stitched together with the smells of pine sap and river water because my dad believed fresh air was the cure for everything. From the time I could walk, he carried me out to the campsites he favored. We slept in battered old canvas tents and roasted hot dogs over smoky fires. And when I grew older, usually around the start of high school, I began tracking his pace without effort. He taught me how to read deer sign, how to tell oak from maple by the flare of bark at the base, and how silence in the forest can mean a hawk overhead or, sometimes, something that does not belong. By the time I got my driver's license and bought an ancient gray pickup that rattled if you turned the wheel too sharply, those woods felt more familiar to me than town did. Back then, I worked part-time in a small slaughterhouse out on the edge of Red Wing to save for college and help pay bills. It was dirty work. Blood in the drains, the metallic stink lingering in my hair no matter how hot I set the shower. And the shift always left my muscles buzzing as if they carried leftover electricity. Late one afternoon in early September, I clocked out after cleaning the last pen, climbed into the pickup, and started the winding drive home. The sun was low, casting long spits of light between the trunks along Highway 61, but the air still carried summer's thickness. I switched off the radio after one song because the static annoyed me and let the tires hum against the asphalt. About 10 minutes from town, I glanced left simply because movement blurred my peripheral vision. Through a break in the trees, I saw a roofline, a crooked point poking above the foliage. Something about it grabbed me. The peak looked wrong, too steep or lopsided, as if it leaned under a weight you couldn't see. I tried to dismiss it. Plenty of old farmhouses crumble in those hills. Maybe the light made it look strange. Still, curiosity rode shotgun hard enough that I slowed, searching for a pull-off. A gravel apron big enough for one vehicle opened where the ditch dipped. I eased the truck there, killed the engine, and listened. Crickets. The faint rush of river somewhere beyond the hill. Nothing else. I stepped out and stretched. The guardrail stood about waist-high. On the far side, the earth dropped into a tangle of goldenrod and shoulder-tall weeds that sloped toward the trees. From there, a faint path angled down, more animal trail than footpath, the grass pressed flat by deer or coyotes. I checked the daylight, an hour or so until dusk, and clambered over the rail. The descent was steeper than it looked, slick with dry leaves. I moved slow, grabbing saplings when the ground gave way under my work boots, until the hill leveled and I stood in what must have been the original driveway many years ago. Tall grass had swallowed most of the gravel, but two sunken ruts showed faintly. They led straight to the house I had spotted. Up close it was uglier than I imagined, monstrous in a way that felt deliberate, as if whoever built it aimed to unsettle. Picture a two-story shell leaning on itself, a roof slouching into a hunch, shingles stripped bare to warped planks. Grease-dark windows stared blank, and the porch sagged like a jaw losing teeth. Old cars ringed the yard, rusted hulks with no wheels, flaking paint turning every color into one dull bruise. Some hoods were propped open, exposing empty engine bays, nests for raccoons. Others sat roof-deep in weeds, half-sunken like the earth tried to digest them. I told myself farmers abandon equipment all the time. Maybe someone stripped parts to sell. Even so, the layout felt staged. Nothing lay where ordinary use would leave it. Each vehicle looked parked at angles that blocked the house, as if forming a barrier or drawing a warped symbol only visible from above. I pushed through tall grass, breathing the sweet rotting scent of wind-fallen apples from a tree out back. The main door waited under the porch. The frame was crooked. Gray paint curled off in scabs. I pressed a hand to it and half expected the wood to crumble, but it held. It stuck, then swung inward with a sigh, revealing a single room lit by the weak spill of late sun through dirty panes. I froze. Every wall I could see was covered with crosses, hundreds of them. Some made from 2 sticks wired together, others roughly carved from scrap lumber, some slashed into the plaster itself. Every one was upside down. They varied in size from finger length to taller than my arm, fresh markings overlapping older faded ones, filling space floor to ceiling. The strangeness of it hit harder because nothing else furnished that room except a brittle-looking wooden chair shoved against the far wall. No pictures, no table, no dust-sheeted sofa left from happier times. Just inverted crosses and broken emptiness. A cold thread uncoiled behind my ribs. I reminded myself that kids pull weird pranks. That satanic panic imagery sometimes turns barns into folklore gold mines. Yet something deeper than rumor vibrated here. Logic told me to leave. Curiosity answered back in my father's voice. Explore, pay attention, trust your eyes. I took out my phone, tapped on the flashlight, and stepped forward. The floor was littered with debris. Yellowed newspapers, chipped china, sardine tins long licked clean by mice. I nudged aside a beer can crusted with slug trails. As the phone's beam tracked, the silence deepened. Not just absence of noise, but a kind of pressure in the ear, thick enough that I checked if the phone speaker hummed. When I reached the kitchen, the beam revealed only half a kitchen. Upper cabinets hung open like yawning mouths, but lower ones were ripped out, leaving stained outlines on the wall. No oven sat beneath the vent hood, no refrigerator either. Only a porcelain sink streaked rust brown and iron, smelling puddles on the floorboards that might have been water that dripped from a hole in the roof or God knew what else. I should have scanned, snapped photos, posted them later to friends, but the chill crawling my spine told me not to linger. I aimed the light toward the stairs in the hall. They climbed steep into darkness, each riser bowed and soft. From somewhere above came a muffled thump, like someone shifting a heavy box across the floor. Dust sifted down the stairwell. I held breath, thinking raccoon, but a raccoon scurries fast on quick pads. This was a slow step, deliberate. Then I heard voices, or I told myself I did. A murmur of syllables, low and rasping, so faint I almost pinned it on wind through rafters. Only there was no breeze, and the sound had rhythm, cadence like a chant in a language I'd never heard, syllables clacking hard against each other.